live on forever. And love one another. Oh, yeah. Living and loving and sharing, oh, yeah.
Good morning, good evening, good night, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Your nighttime, right time DJ Music here with another episode of the Chop Shop. It is Saturday, 12:35 here in the beautiful port city of Charleston, South Carolina. Y'all see the cats up on the screen that we're going to talk about tonight? I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I saw this event as it was going on live. And the first thing that came to my mind after I started hearing these guys talk, because only one of them, I've talked about him before, Delano Squires. But these other guys, they were new to me until this particular live stream that they held over at the Heritage Foundation. And as you folks remember, sometime back, a couple of weeks ago, I did a little piece on Delano Squires. And I told you I wasn't through with him yet because I knew there was more to him than just that one little piece that I was reporting on. And for all the you that's been around in the YouTube streets for some time, you know there was a time that every black content creator that was trying to prove a point was using the Monahan report as the monolith of what's, it turned 60 years old this year. 60 years old. And why am I mentioning the Monahan report? Because a lot of things that you're going to hear here today is just repurposed talking points from the Monahan report. That's just my opinion. Now, again, like I said, these guys here that you see on the screen, they are, to me, they are just manosphere guys in suits. They would fit right over with those other panels at any given time. Instead of a suit, these guys would have on, like Angry Man, a hoodie, or a wife beater, or some kind of fake designer clothes saying that they're better than everybody else. But we're going to dive into this, and then right after that, we're going to listen to a little bit of Brother Bolson. But before we get any further into it, folks, the incidents and what's going on here with the Carmelo Anthony case, what's going on down here in South Carolina with the Rick Child case, and now the other case of the 1-year-old child that was, I have to use the word, I don't know why we got to keep using this, was taken out or unalived by a policeman's bullets. I've heard a lot of people say it was the mother's fault. No accountability to the police at all. None at all. You take out your service revolver and you start shooting at somebody for shoplifting. Let that sink in. But these guys here on the screen here that you see up there, they're going to try to tell you that the main thing that's wrong with the American family, because of the downfall of the American family, is subsidies. Those things that some folks need to live from day to day. And let's face it, in a whole lot of cases, it comes out to about $6 a day, $8 a day, $10 a day. But these guys up here are going to try to convince your audience, their audience, and me and you that's going to listen to this, that the reason why there's a downfall in the black community is because of the welfare system, the TANF, the SNAPs. And they didn't come all out and say it, but they weren't talking to the majority of these recipients. They tried to lay the blame of all of this what's going on black families, basically black women. Hey, Sandy, how you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Great to see you. Great to see you. again, beware. I use this term a lot, and I think it's apropos again here. Hey, ABT, how you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Happy Saturday to you. I use this term a lot. It's apropos right now. Beware of wolves in sheep's clothing. Here's 4 prime examples of wolves in sheep's clothing. So without further ado, let me get this off the screen. And let's go ahead and dive into it. First, thought I had to make a disclaimer about it, but I'll say it. I don't mind saying it now because it's now public, so it's free for public consumption. But while they were doing their live stream, I screenshotted some of the points. But I said, no, you know what? Now that it's on YouTube, I'll just download the whole thing because I had to stop and I had to record it in 15-minute segments. I said, no, wait a minute. They didn't download the whole thing. So let me just grab the whole thing. So let's go.
Thank you. You all are very kind. I want to say welcome to everyone who's joining us here for this event. Thank you for coming to the Heritage Foundation. This is a big day. One, Father's Day is coming up on Sunday. I know it's only Tuesday, but Father's Day is coming up. 2, today is the official launch of my book, The Vanishing Black Family, How Welfare and Feminism Made Marriage Optional and Children Vulnerable.
That would have been my first question. If I was in the audience, that would have been the question that I wrote down first. The Vanishing Black Families. Why, instead of saying that, because you're tying this automatically to welfare. Now, it's empirical data that shows that the majority of the people that receive benefits from the government live down here in the South and predominantly are white. But so why would you attach the stigma to just Black families? What would you, if you're going to try and make your point, why wouldn't you not use the downfall of all families? Why is the stigma of the welfare system have to be attached to Black folks when we know we're not the major recipients of it? Yes.
And the reason that I want to have this event is because I was starting to notice something in the social science space with respect to programs that are promoted as helping moms and babies. And it's not that I'm against that, but one of the things that I noticed is that so often fathers would be cut out of the family story. It's actually one of the things that I write about in the book. But before I get to the book, let me just say a few words. Again, one, thank you. Thank you to the esteemed panelists who you will hear from shortly. I want to say thank you to my colleagues who've been extremely supportive over the last 4 years as I've endeavored to take this project on. Thank you to my friends, who have been debating with me and arguing with me since I was a teenager on some of these issues. I feel incredibly blessed to have my mom in the audience and my lovely, lovely wife in the audience.
Now, one of the questions, as I was doing my research on Delano Squires, of course, they like using Chat GPT and Gemini and Grok and all this. So I asked Chat GPT, isn't it an oxymoron for this guy that we see on the screen to be an active member based on his background? Wouldn't it be an oxymoron for him to be an active member of the Heritage Foundation? And every one of them said the same thing. Yes. Based on the talking points that he had back then and based on the direction of the Heritage Foundation, how did these two merge, basically? Like I keep telling y'all, it wasn't just heroes that came off them boats. Sambos came with them.
Audience who has been a source of inspiration for me over the last 15 years. And hope.
What's up there, Logical Assessment? How you doing there, my man? Is anything is this logical for a Black man to what we now know about the Heritage Foundation? Logical? Is it logical for any Black man to be pushing their rhetoric?
hopefully my dad is watching and the kids are watching at home. But I wanted to have this event because, as I said, I noticed something disturbing to me. And I want to both read and characterize briefly something that I wrote in my book. So my chapter 2 of my book is titled Displaced Men with Welfare. And the purpose of that chapter is basically say that the expansion of the welfare state created incentives for low-income couples, particularly African-American couples in the 1960s, to not marry before having children. Those incentives have lasted several generations, even after.
Okay, maybe I missed the boat on that one. Maybe I missed the boat on that. Maybe the folks that I grew up around, because as growing up, ladies and gentlemen, aunts and uncles, cousins, and all that, the baseball games, the family reunions, I didn't see this. This is what he's talking about. Now, maybe from where he grew up, and maybe the people that were around him, maybe that's true. But for me and how I grew up, none of what he's saying is registering with me, because I don't remember that. There was no incentive to get married. Everybody around us was. I didn't never hear any of my aunts say they attended a shotgun wedding. I always hear the stories about how my daddy or how my uncle or one of my other uncles or somebody swept their wife, or their mama or their aunt or my aunt off their feet. And my parents were married in the 60s. That's for damn sure.
Welfare reform in 1996. But I noticed something. There was a program in Washington, D.C. called Strong Families, Strong Futures. It was pitched as a program to help families. And when I read the mayor's description, she talked about how the program, which was a $1.5 million is the pilot project, the program would give moms more financial independence and autonomy. When the Washington Post wrote about this program in 2024, they started with the profile of a 27-year-old woman who they described as a stay-at-home mom of 3. Now, when I hear stay-at-home mom, I say, okay, the husband must be somewhere in the background, ensuring that the family has the resources that they need. But it went on to say that the husband paid for the family's 2-bedroom apartment, ensured that the children had enough to eat, and as the family went without for a little while, there was a stroke of good fortune, and that the man of the house provided an extra $10,800 to help with whatever the household needed, bills, clothes, even vacation. But what I note is that the man in this case, I characterized as Uncle Sam, because this young woman was on TANF, Temporary Aid for Needy Families, so this is what most people think of as welfare. WIC, so that's a program for women, infants, and children. SNAP, which offers food support for low-income mothers, and then the $10,800 pilot program. And what was most noteworthy in that Post report was the fact that the word fathers was mentioned 2 times in the entire profile of these women.
See, I dare anybody right now, whether you're listening to this now, whether you're listening to it later, I dare anybody with this title that can think that he's not directing everything that he's talking about towards Black women. The title alone is misleading. He doesn't have to say, hey, Choco Kitty. He doesn't have to say Black women anymore. He doesn't have to say Black fathers anymore. The parameters has been set to let everybody know that's going to watch this. I'm not talking about white folks, although they are the leading participants in the welfare system. I'm talking about the welfare queen that we labeled as Black women. That's who I'm talking about. The title already made everybody think from now on out. Every description that he gives, every vivid description that he tries to put in front of you, the image is of a Black woman sitting at home doing nothing with 3 children. Under the guise, it's a stay-at-home mom. When have you ever heard a Black woman on welfare describing herself as a stay-at-home mom? Anybody? not being disrespectful, but I can guarantee you, I've heard this. Our bitch ain't got a job. I got to get and find me some work, but I ain't no stay-at-home mama.
And I started to notice that more with programs across the country. So I could just say something really brief. There's one in Philadelphia called the Philly Job Bank. Again, guaranteed income program for moms, no mention of dads. There's one in Atlanta called In Her Hands. Again, framed as a guaranteed income initiative to help 270 women in Atlanta. And it's not that I'm against this type of support, because I think children.
Of course you are, because if you wasn't, you would have not mentioned predominantly black cities. You're right. You're not against this support as long as it doesn't go to black folks. As long as you keep painting this narrative that it's black people receiving these benefits, again, you got to listen to what people are saying, folks. He made sure he picked out predominantly black areas when he could have easily mentioned any rural town in Kentucky. He could have mentioned any rural town that's predominantly white in Georgia.
Deserve to have financial security. It's that many urban policymakers seem to take the unspoken position that when it comes to low-income families, particularly African-American families, it takes two for nature and only one for nurture. They treat men as the appendix of the family.
Again, when I was reviewing this guy, and that's what he was the part that I was reviewing about this, it said that kids are more successful in two-parent households. There's no empirical data to prove that at all. That is a myth. That is a lie. Historical tells you is a two-parent household that's full of chaos, that's full of destruction, that's full of as you say, back and forthness, arguing all the time. Those kids don't do better than a single parent, a mother or a single father that's raising some children without a bunch of chaos. There's no empirical data to say what he's saying is right. But because these guys got on suits and because they speak with articulation, folks will take what they're saying as gospel.
Nice if you have one, but not particularly necessary. And as we transition to the panel, I want to show you a video from my governor, Governor Wes Moore, as he introduces the state's partnership with the Bridge Project, and see if you notice some of the themes that we've talked about so far.
I am so thankful and proud that today we are announcing this partnership with the Bridge Project, the first multi-state direct cash program for mothers and babies. And this is being fully funded by our remarkable philanthropic partners. The assistance totals $20,000 over 3 years for the family. This means cash for things that are essential. This means cash for groceries, for rent, for a car seat, for whatever that newborn is going to need in order to thrive. And in addition to the cash support, the Bridge Project will also strengthen access to benefits and financial stability.
Oh, my bad. I didn't know I was on mute. Yeah, I did it again. Okay, listen here, folks. $20,000 stretched over 3 years. How much money is that really? These folks act like that this amount of money that's being awarded to these women with children is a livable income wage. $20,000 over a 3 year time span. The kids going to stop growing in those 3 years. They're not going. For those of y'all that have children, you know that your children grow out of a pair of shoes, what, every 3 months? Especially when they start hitting the round of puberty, 9, 10, 11, 12. Especially when you got a boy child. They might go from a size 8 to a size 11 in the next fitting. They might go from a size 32 in the waist to a size 36. What you gonna do? Send your son to school with skin tight britches? But imagine you have a job to where the job is paying you minimum wage. Gas prices, everything is up. You on the low end of the spectrum when it comes to who's getting paid, even though you're working. You're at the low end of the spectrum when it comes to unemployment. Well, the high end of the spectrum when it comes to unemployment in this country. But they call this the land of milk and honey. For who?
Resources like WIC and SNAP and virtual counseling and doula services. Every child deserves an opportunity to be able to grow and thrive. We all know that if you want to support a child, make sure that child is coming up in a strong, supportive home. Make sure that home exists in a strong, supportive community. Make sure that community has strong anchor institutions at a moment when Washington is telling mothers and their children, you're on your own. In Maryland, we are telling our mothers and our children, we leave no one behind.
So as we prepare to transition, I just want to make sure that everyone sort of fully took that in. I counted one father in that video, and it was clear to me that the governor, Wes Moore, was by far the most prominent male in that, 1 minute.
Okay, because the video wasn't about the fathers. It was about the mothers and the children. Now, maybe if they would have went some fathers that go to some of these, as they say, work programs that underemployed fathers can go to and do a video of such, you will see some of those underpaid fathers that got to work 2 jobs. A video can only depict what you want to see in it. If you decided to see the absence of fathers, do something about it. Go find a video of the fathers that you say was missing. And like this says on the screen, fathers aren't being erased. They are opting out. There is a difference. In some cases, this statement right here by ABT is absolutely right. A lot of these niggas is opting out. Some of them think because you're not with the woman no more, dare I use this slogan, fuck them kids. And the thing about it is, the Heritage Foundation folks got a prime example. Hey there, Shar, how you doing? The Heritage Foundation has a prime example of a poster child for what they're talking about. Prominence. That everybody knows them. How many kids does Elon Musk have? Hey there, Sharice, how you doing? How you doing? Welcome in, Miss Brewster. How many kids does Elon Musk have? How many baby daddies does baby mamas does Elon Musk have? That's the poster child, Mr. Squires, of who you're talking about. That's the poster child. How many kids Donald Trump got by other women? Good old American values that the good old president of the United States shows, that he married. Again, nothing wrong with marrying, but you can't shit on immigrants and then marry one.
20 seconds. And did you hear what he said children need? They need a strong supportive home. They need strong supportive communities. They need access to resources like WIC and SNAP. Again, no specific mention of father. So this is the reason that I wanted to have this event, and this is the reason that I'm going to call up our panelists, our esteemed panel. First, let me make sure I get the order right. First, we will.
You know what? You're absolutely right there. Logical assessment. In a lot of situations, there's no denying that some people decide to stay unmarried because if they decide to get married, they don't believe that they can survive without them benefits. Some people do live in that cycle. You're absolutely right. The cycle continues year after year, generation after generation. As long as we don't get married, we can live together, but we can't get married because that's going to cut out some of the benefits. And that's the thing that I'm talking about. Some people live on, they think that those handouts are meant to be there forever. That's the problem with the governments are. You're not going to be an able-bodied, grown-ass man sitting up in a house doing nothing, collecting benefits when you can get out to work. But with everything logical and the rest of you folks, with everything that you try to do good, there's going to be some people that get caught in the net. There's going to be some people that do the right things, but because there's so many people doing the wrong things, the good got to suffer with the bad, like my mama used to say. And this is a case right here of the good having to suffer with the bad. Because not all black men are out here doing this. And again, not all white men are out here doing this. Not all Asian men are out here doing this. And even for those that decide that I can't live with the woman no more, they still find some way, some shape or form to have some kind of communication with their children. Now, we know there's some folks will come in and say, well, there's cases where the mama won't allow you to see the children. Okay. I understand that. We know that, but that's not what's going on here. They're going to throw those excuses at you. But the whole thing at the point of this is they're trying to prove to the rest of the world that the downfall of the black family is the welfare system. For what? So they can cut it completely out. And as long as they pitch it to white folks like this, it makes it easy to erase. It makes it for them easy to stop because it's being pitched as then black folks are the ones that are winning at this game called welfare. Again, ABT, I can't argue with you on that because, it's not like I haven't heard it before. Man, I can't. We've seen it online. There's a certain used to be content creator that did a 10-hour stream about what he was about to get from the government, counting it out. Food for ammunition for these 4 guys that what they're talking about. The poster child for, see, this is what I'm talking about. Y'all know I don't got to mention his name. I affectionately call him Mudfish.
Have James Jackson. James is the CEO, an author, CEO, and co-founder of Rooted in Healing, and the Fatherhood Director at that same institution. So, James, would you come up and join us? Yes, sir. We have Dr. Anthony B. Bradley, Distinguished Research Fellow at the Acton Institute and Research Professor at Kuyper College, and an expert on the issues of faith.
Shar, you're absolutely right. I do remember that. If y'all want to come up, Shar and ABT, I just saw this. And if you guys want to come up here and discuss this, and we can revisit some of that, I think I still might have that clip. If I don't, we can always go back and find it in the stream. But I'll drop the link there, Shar and ABT, if y'all want to come up and discuss this.
Family and fatherhood. Dr. Bradley, would you join us? And then we have Martin D. Brown. Martin is the former Assistant Secretary of Health and Human Resources and former Commissioner of Social Services in the state of Virginia. Martin, would you join us? Okay. All right, so looking forward to a nice, organic, uncontroversial conversation, because that's what we do at Heritage, and that's very much what I'm known for, is not generating controversy. But let's just start here. I would love to hear from each of you in terms of just your specific areas of expertise and the work that you've done around the impact and importance of fathers. So I'll just start from closest to furthest. James, can you talk a little bit about Rooted in Healing, the work that you've done, and specifically what you've seen in terms of the impact of fathers on the lives of their children?
Well, again, my name is James Jackson. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Rooted in Healing. We are a wellness company. And one thing that when we first took over Rooted in Healing and established it is that I had a child quickly after, and then I realized that fatherhood was important, but it was necessary. And that really made me want to really devote time, effort, and resources into fatherhood. And as
Okay, notice something he kind of left out. He said he had a child rather quickly. Did you have a child out of wedlock? Are you, as I said, folks, are you a product of the very same thing that you're up here talking shit about now? And it sounds to me that you are. So let me go back and see if I can hear that again. Hold on. Let me see exactly what you said. Let me go back just a little bit. Hold on.
And specifically what you've seen in terms of the impact of fathers on the lives of their children.
Well, again, my name is James Jackson. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Rooted in Healing. We are a wellness company. And one thing that when we first took over Rooted in Healing and established it is that I had a child quickly after, and then I realized that
You had a child quickly after what? After high school? Is that what happened? You had a child quickly after high school? Were you unmarried? Were you not prepared for what happened? And notice he said took over a foundation. There was something already in existence. Again, folks, you got to listen. He didn't say created. He said took her. He didn't say created. Took over. There's a big difference.
fatherhood was important, but it was necessary. And that really made me want to really devote time, effort, and resources into fatherhood. And as I've been able to be on this fatherhood journey myself, and also this fatherhood journey in the Washington, D.C. community, I have seen the impact of fathers in families. Fathers are the backbone of families. There's a lot of good things that mothers are doing out here, but I see the difference in the child's eyes when there's a strong father in the home. And it's something that cannot be replaced. It's something that is necessary and needed. And that's something that really...
Okay, maybe, sir, maybe you've never heard of a henpecked husband. Maybe you've never heard of a husband that you know, I won't say that lets his wife run roughshod over. What about them? Maybe you never heard about the husband that rules with an iron fist and discipline in the house. Is that what you consider strong? A strong backbone? And maybe the kid eyes light up in fear when the pop comes home because they know for some reason if he don't have a beer in his hand or dinner wasn't cooked or something went on, that somebody was going to be running to some violence that night. And what kids are you around that where again, I can't speak from your own personal experience, but This melodramatic, this paint, this Ward Cleaver picture of some shit that y'all been watching throughout the years, that's been over with. Ozzy and Harriet been over with.
Makes this work appear even more deeply and resonate even more deeply with myself.
Yeah, I appreciate that. We're going to get back to some of the work that you're doing with dads in DC, even within the school system, all right? Just helping some of those dads. Dr. Bradley, can you speak a little bit about what your research shows, what the data show in terms of the impact of a father on the life of his child or the lives of his children, and even more broadly in terms of his relationship with the child and mother? What does the data show in terms of what that relationship, the connection between that relationship and the outcomes for the children?
Yeah, thanks so much for the question, and thanks for having me here. I'm happy back at the Heritage Foundation. I have a book coming out. Can I plug?
Of course.
Here we go again. What up there, Taz, the GOAT? Y'all make sure y'all get on over and check him out over there. Some great streams coming up out of there, Taz. I gotta salute you. But man, before I go any further, listen. No, I'm glad that you're here. Listen, when I come into your stream, bro, I think I'm respectful to everybody. But the other day, I won't mention the person's name, but one of your female fans down in there, and we all know it, so I'm not going to mention a name. Just know that this person was connected to, as I call him, Mudfish. Told me to shut up. If you don't agree with me, just overskip the comment. When you think that was the easiest thing to do? So I don't know. Well, I'll just go ahead and say it, because you know what? I'm not going to hold my tongue on this one. I don't talk shit to women. I don't argue with women. But there comes a point in time now that I have to stop letting some women disrespect me. So you tell that bucktooth, barnacle-ridden, bad body built Flora to keep my damn name out of her mouth. The mere fact that she was hanging out with JP, the mere fact that she allowed herself to be filmed with that dusty water having nigga, you're not in my class. You don't even get to talk to me, much alone telling me to shut up. Now, normally I don't talk shit to women, but I'm tired of this business of some of y'all women disrespecting men and then think ain't nothing supposed to happen to you. Now, the best thing that you could have done was to miss my comment, skip over it. If you didn't like what I said, and I simply said, and I agreed with you there, Taz, this is sometimes you just got to say, you know what, damn it, you were talking about the 1-year-old. And I said in your chat, if you can't scream for this, don't say nothing else. If you can't get up and scream for this one, about the 1-year-old baby getting shot, don't say shit. And that bucktooth barnacle, flea-bitten backwater, JP laying with bitch had the nerve to tell me to shut up. And thought I was going to let it slide. I was about to do a stream on her, but I said, nah, you know what? It ain't worth it. But I will mention it at some point in time on Friday, Saturday, or when I go live again. And I'm surprised that you came in. Nothing against you, brother. I appreciate the great work that you do over there. And to be quite honest with you, if you take my email, there's something I want to chop it up with you about. I need a good voice for a platform that I'm about to come out with. And I need somebody that might want to do some news on a daily basis. So hit me up with my email, my man. We'll definitely chop it up about that, if you don't mind. Or we can chop it up a little bit later on. But anyway, back to the show there, folks. It seems like to me, just like the Angry Man, all these guys writing books, everybody writing books of their opinion about what's right for black families, what's good for this, what's good for that. The Angry Man standards. Now, this Delano Squires got a book. This guy got a book. I'm going to write me a book pretty soon, too. Keep it into about 134 pages. The Obsidian got a book. How many of y'all read it? And for those of you that have read it, how many of the principles that you apply to every day, that you adhere to every day? Anybody can write a book, especially with the tools given now. All you got to do is give it a prompt and it'll print that bitch out for you. So you got to take these dime store book salesmen with a grain of salt, and I'll show you why. Let's go.
Of course. So I have a book coming out called The Fatherhood Effect. It's coming out in November. It's a collection of all the data that I've been able to find over the last 4 years. I always open when I do fatherhood events by making this statement. It is somewhat controversial, but it's true, based on what my brother just said, that fathers are the most important men in any community, anywhere, ever, period. And the data bears this out. If you look at every single negative pathology, if you look at all of the negative outcomes in terms of education outcomes, juvenile delinquency, drug addiction, education outcomes, health outcomes. We're talking about diabetes, cancer, even the onset of puberty, for example, all correlated with fathers. And what's true is that when fathers thrive, women thrive and children thrive. And part of the research that I've been doing over the last a few years is really making the case that what we do is dance around the issues and we sprinkle some policy dust on them and throw some cash at it. But if we really want to completely undercut and undermine the role of policing, the corrections community, we want to get rid of prisons, if we want to get rid of judges, sorry brother, if we want to get rid of counselors and therapists, that's right, we need to really invest in fathers. Just quick data point, we know that around 70% of all of the juveniles in the juvenile system come from fatherless homes. When you look at homelessness, right, we're talking about 60-70% of all homeless teens come from fatherless homes. About 80% of men who rape out of anger come from fatherless homes.
Again, really, it's really none of those statistics bear out, folks. Now, and one of those things he said, it was right. You know why? Because usually there's a stepdaddy in the house that the mother took in, thinking that instead of taking in a real man, she took in someone that was after her teenage daughter or her young daughter. That's where that statistic came from. And again, if you look at the empirical data or the per capita data that they always say, who leads the charge in that? And then when you talk about sprinkling pixie dust on it, I know what you're talking about, because a lot of these guys, they get a slap on the wrist. They might get a fine. They might have to go to some. They might have to go to some. What do you call it? Some kind of classes, some anger managed classes, and all that. They graduate from that, and all of a sudden, the problem is supposed to be solved. No, not a problem there. Not a problem there, Shar. And to someone to understand, you had a debate last night that you won pretty much from what I hear, hands down. So congratulations to you. I'd like to see you on the stage debating one of these four brothers here. I think you would actually annihilate them. But let's go.
That's right. And so the more that we invest in fathers, the cheaper it is for us to deal with a lot of these social pathologies and issues. And one other point we can get to later, and maybe someone in the audience can ask if we're out of time, is that what happens psycho-emotionally to a young man who's raised in a home with a single mother, and how that can actually undermine his interest in marriage in the future. So it's not that fathers are
again,
as you mentioned, an identity.
Again, folks, maybe it's just me, but a lot of times I hear, especially when you do the mentorships and you do I remember there was a time that was the Boys and Girls Club when I lived in the West Coast. You know, you would go to the Boys and Girls Club. You'd get your little guy to mentor around it. You'd take him through some exhibits in the city. You'd take him to the gym, and something that the absent father wasn't doing. And I always found it that when I heard this, when it did happen, that the kid would always saying, I'm going to make sure that I don't grow up like this. I'm going to make sure that when I do have a child, that I'm going to be there. And I think in a kind of way, and there's some cases, is there some resentment about the mother of the father that walked away, or because they didn't get along on both sides of the street? I'm sure it will. I'm sure it is. Absolutely is. Who breaks up happy? What's up there, Robert Boyle? How you doing? What's up there, Shaka Nulu? How you doing? How you doing, good brother? But again, who breaks up happy? You might break up amicably, but you don't break up happily.
Fathers are not, by definition, an attachment. They are crucial to the thriving of children. And if we want healthy families, healthy communities, healthy societies, we really do need to invest in fathers. One last point, and this is just one data point, kind of just a little nugget. I talked about the onset of puberty. When girls feel close to their fathers, they enter into puberty later.
So this nigga just all of a sudden knows that what Mother Nature is doing. Ladies, I don't know. I'm gonna have to disagree with that, but I don't think because you got a good relationship with your father, that don't determine when your cycle gonna start. I don't think so. I don't remember. I have 4 sisters, and I don't ever. Well, 5 sisters, and I don't ever. And I've been around. I got a hosts of nieces, a hosts of aunties. I ain't never none of heard them say because I was close to my daddy. My period didn't. I made. Am I wrong, ABT? Is that something that would happen? You think that's true? Any young ladies out there think that what he just said was true? If you have a close relationship with your daddy as a young girl, that you started puberty a little bit later. Basically, what he was saying is, if you're close to your daddy, you don't fill out as quick. Does that make sense? Like your daddy can control your hormones. Right. But they got, listen, there's 1, 2, at least four women right in here right now that just told you that was a lie. Virgo Vicky said it. Sandy said it. ABT said it. And I think if Shar said it, that's at least 4 right there. That tells you that's a lie. And I think all of these women at some point in time started their cycle at some point of their life. Whether they was close to their daddy, whether their first child, the second child, or the third child, or the daddy wasn't there. I don't think these women would agree with you to say that whether I was close to my daddy and not determine whether I was going to start my cycle or not.
So when a young woman says, "Oh, I was a late bloomer," I'm like, "Oh, you had a great dad." What the research shows is that when young girls don't feel close to their fathers, they are 50% more likely to enter puberty under the age of 12. Now, what happens is that when they
50% more likely to start their under the age of 12. That has nothing to do with, like Sandy just said, the menstruation cycle depends on food, environment, etc. Not daddy. But like I said, these are just these manosphere guys with ties on and suits. That's it. That's the only difference, folks. And they're not screaming at each other. They offer a little bit more decorum than you see in your local generic manosphere stream. Because they're all rushing to get to the same point in the regular streams to talk shit about women because they think they know it all. And I bet if he would have said that on a BGS stream, they'd have been in the chat room talking about, "You right. He's right." They got to be. They got to be getting paid to say this, ABT.
enter puberty under the age of 12, they often try to get from other men what they should get from their fathers.
So again, you can't let that slip. Because he just said, now see, this is the problem I have with you shorty snatchers that be undercover. What is you checking on an underage girl of what she can get from a man anyway? Why is you looking at a young girl when she starts puberty of what she can get from a man? Why is you associating a girl under puberty with a grown man? Or a girl coming into puberty with a grown man?
That get sexualized, it leads to promiscuity.
Told you. Told you. And who's sexualizing them? Who's sexualizing them? Who's sexualizing them? What's up there, DJ Torch? Who's sexualizing them?
To a teenage pregnancy as well. For boys, if they're close to their dads, they will go into puberty much earlier. If they're not close to their dads, they will go into puberty later. Fathers have a fantastic role in setting.
Okay, so there, again, you have to pay attention to what he's saying and how he's saying it. If you're around your daddy, you get that machismo. I'll use my Mexican, my Latino brother's term for this one. You get that machismo quicker. But if you're not around your daddy, you tend to be more feminine, like your mama. That's basically what he just said. I told y'all, these are manosphere niggas in suits. Am I wrong? These are manosphere niggas in suits.
A fire under his masculinity, he begins to know that he matters. So he wants to go do something really important. Without a dad, he's timid. He's withdrawn and often unable to control his impulses.
Yeah.
And fathers have a crucial role to play in both delayed gratification and the control of impulsivity. So we can just really obliterate a lot of things by focusing and building up dads.
Yeah, we're definitely going to come back to some of these themes. Martin, just given your experience, particularly in state government, can you talk a little bit about the dad difference and what you've seen both anecdotally and even through some of the research that the state of Virginia did in terms of the impact of fathers on their households?
Sure. So, first of all, thank you for having me. Thank you, Dr. Bradley, for your insights. What's fascinating is when you see ideas turn into action, you see change, you see lives change, you see the community prosper, you see the states prosper. And in Virginia, I actually started working with fathers in 1993. 1994, George Allen was governor and wanted to reform welfare. In the process, he hired a woman named Kay James, who was Secretary of Health and Resources, to begin a welfare experiment in Virginia that eventually became a foundation for PROWARA, which was the national welfare.
Okay, so here it is again. You got to read into things and you got to understand what they're saying. So basically, they took a pilot in Virginia. We're going to break this down to a TV show. They put it out to see if the pilot was going to stick. That's what they do with a lot of TV shows. They give you an episode of it and see under the Nielsen ratings how it did. And if it took off, if the pilot that they shows was successful, then they try and bring it on to the regular, like ABC, NBC. Then they shop it around to those major networks and see which one of those networks will put it in there, as I like to use on my radio station, rotation. So they took a pilot program based on the welfare recipients in a particular part of Virginia. Again, a case study with Black folks. And they used that to show you, see, it's the black people that are getting all of these benefits. And here's what they do with them. Now, if we want to prevent this so-called welfare fraud and people this and people that, there's the model that the whole entire United States need to adapt. Check this out.
Reform initiative that came about in 1995. Some of the things there were work requirements, there were issues related to reducing non-marital births, increasing father involvement, increasing
Planned Parenthood. Listen, if we catch your daddy in the house, if we catch the baby daddy in the house, we're not giving you no more money. What's that sound like to you? Those are threats. If you have one more baby, we're going to cut you off. Don't that sound like I'm controlling you? You're welcome to hi there, Prism. You're welcome to come on up at any time that you like. You're welcome. Anyone that wants to come up and discuss this, I know Shar said you wanted to come up a little bit later on. So Prism, you're welcome to come on in at any time. Drop over through. Welcome in.
Households, and the goal, again, for the state of Virginia at that time was to not just provide a handout, but to strengthen the foundation of the individual so that they can eventually become self-sufficient and independent. And the only way that they could do that is if they had a strong family, if dad was there, if mom and dad were together, if they were working in tandem in raising the kids.
Again, as I said before, folks, that there's no guarantee that in a two-parent household that the child will be successful. There's no guarantee that in a single-parent household that the child will be awarded a scholarship to Ivy League school. It depends on the kid's environment, how they're raised. If it's more stable for a child in an inducive in the learning and nurturing environment of a single parent household, that child is more likely to succeed than it is for people that's been married and they at each other's throat every damn night.
And so what we found prior to that was that social policies, AFDC and others, actually separated families, actually limited the ability of dad to even be in the home. And so the goal with TANF and with other things, the Virginia Independence Program was the name of the Virginia Welfare Initiative, was to remove those barriers, increase the participation, and we saw immediate results. TANF caseloads went from about a high of 75,000 people in Virginia all the way down to a third of that. Wow. I think it was 33,000 people. I mean,
well, again, I would of course you was expecting some people to drop off the roster. So wait a minute, you don't tell me that if I have another baby, or that who I can have around my house, where I can live, how I can live, and what I have to live off. I'm gonna take hell no for 200, Chuck. I'd rather struggle than to live under the martial law that you want to put me under for a few handouts. That's why the rolls dropped. I don't want to go through the rigmarole of have someone come into my house anytime they want to check and see how I'm living. Because I know in Atlanta, there's a particular portion of Atlanta that was built downtown just for single mothers and children. But it's funny, I see a whole lot of them single mothers rolling out there with baby carriages. That means new babies. So regardless of what barriers that you put up there, you can't control when people decide to have babies, whether it's accidental or on purpose. That's what they want to do. And the only way we can teach you to stop you from doing that is to stop cutting off your benefits. Don't have no more children. Don't let the daddy in the house. We need to know when you're going, what kind of work you're doing. We need to know how many hours, what you do, how you do, and why you do. Who wants to live under that for $6 a day?
They dropped, within, I think it was 3 or 4 years. It was amazing.
Wow.
At the same time, you've got other forces because you not only are trying to do things at a state level, but you also have federal incentives and you have federal programs and you have new governors that come in. And so if anyone ever tells you that not to project or to legislate morality, that is a canard. That is, they're simply trying to legislate their morality. The reality is every policy issue has a moral underpinning to it. Yeah. And the question is, what moral underpinning will it?
Okay, I'll ask you, what is the question? What is the moral underpinning, sir, of feeding hungry women and children? What is the moral underpinning of that? That's telling me that you don't care about children. That's telling me that you don't care about women, or for whatever reason, that you don't care whether they eat or whether they survive or whether they have a roof over their head. Is that the moral underpinning that you're speaking of?
Have. Yeah. The moral underpinnings that are foundational, that are intrinsic, that are eternal are the ones that last and stand the test of time. And those are the ones like stable families, marriage, fatherhood, and the like. Other went on to become obviously Commissioner of Social Services, and when that happened, we tried to adopt the TANF model and put it into all of the other programs within social services. I mean, if it works here, why not try it in child welfare? Why not in child support enforcement? Why not try to kind of support the family unit or strengthen Virginia's families by creating a practice model where families are the ultimate.
Go ahead and say it, to where if you're not married, you don't get any of these benefits. If you can't show us a marriage certificate, you don't qualify for any of these. Go ahead and say it.
When you look at social policy, either the child or the mom is the recipient and not the family. And so we changed the model from the child being the recipient of the government's protection or the mom being the recipient of the government's largesse to the family unit. And by changing that outcome.
Okay, sir, again, these are manosphere talking points. Now, I'm just going to talk to you in common sense talking points. You say that these benefits the mom is using, they're supposed to be for the children. If the child is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, on down, who's doing the shopping? Who's buying the clothes? Who's bringing in the groceries? Who's paying the light bill? Who's paying the water bill? Who's paying the garbage bill? Who's putting gas in the car? Who's doing all of that? Certainly not the 5-year-old. Certainly not the 5-year-old. Certainly not the 10-year-old. So when the benefits do come to the house, who in God's green blue blazes hell do you expect to use them but the mother? Okay, prison, not a problem.
Or that goal, you're going to change the outcomes. And so we focus on that as well.
So it's important. One of the things that you bring up is the impact of public policy. And one of the things I write about in the book, particularly in the 1960s when you had, welfare reform, welfare expansion, you had a set of policy incentives for adults, low-income men and women.
Okay, again, they like to speak policies, and they always like to try and slip this back like the 1960s. Like there's everybody that was around the 1960s is gone. That you can't go back and ask people in the 1960s, was you allowed to get on welfare? And I guarantee the majority of black families in the 1960s that was living back in the 1960s will tell you no, we couldn't get them benefits. So who was this welfare expansion for? Huh? What's up there, young Reyes? How you doing? Who was the welfare expansion for that he's talking about? Because the Civil Rights Act was done when? 64, 65, 66, 67, 68. So who is he speaking to when it comes to these welfare provisions that was expanding? Or was it to include black folks in something they were excluded out of? Is that what he talking about, the welfare expanding?
Not marry. You also had at the same time a push by some programs, I'm thinking of like the National Welfare Rights Organization, to see poverty as more of a women's issue, right? So poverty was feminized and racialized in the 1960s, right?
Oh yeah, poverty was feminized. Again, another talking point by the manosphere. They equate poverty to women, more overly black women. Well, I can tell you this, two broke motherfuckers in a house don't do nothing but argue.
The black poverty rate in 1959 was about 55%. So I could understand why some organizations would say, we should benefit from some of these programs especially because we have been discriminated against in AFDC in previous decades. But one of the dynamics that it created, and I think I heard you sort of allude to this, Martin, is that it displaced men from their rightful role as providers in the home.
Yeah.
And it brought the government in to play the role of substitute father.
Okay, again, the underpins and the undertones of what they're talking about here. Instead of him expounding exactly on what I said, again, he said it himself. When you had to include black people into these welfare participating things, when you included them, you had to, because it now made it law that you cannot discriminate against black people for these government subsidies.
And created, and I say this in the book, I characterize it as an iron triangle with low-income moms who benefited from the resources coming from the government, elected officials who benefited from a baked-in voter base. You said, vote for me and I'll provide more of these programs, and unelected bureaucrats who manage the poverty economy. These are the statisticians, these are the case managers. All of them have something to gain in that triangle. But notice I said it's a triangle, not a square, because the one person who sort of left out of that environment is the dad. And I think you see that in the video that we showed. So my question is it possible today to break that triangle, and specifically, particularly in low-income communities where a culture of marriage has not existed for decades, is it possible?
Well, I want to know about the culture of marriage here, but I think across the board, folks, marriage is down across the board, regardless of what ethnic group you aspire to call yourself as. I don't know what people want to call themselves these days, so I'm going to leave it at that. But no matter what you identify as, marriage is down across the board. Well, welcome to the show, Shar Willie. How you doing? Welcome, Shar. Welcome in.
Hello, how are you?
Oh, every day above ground is a good one, as they say, so I won't complain, except for when I'm dealing with these manosphere tycoons.
Okay, well said. Well, I wasn't expecting a live, and especially this. And unfortunately, I was kind of in and out, so I only heard some things. So I would just kind of have to pick up from here.
Oh, no
Um,
worries.
I would like to ask this guy that's speaking now, he mentioned weren't able to benefit um, he said women were able to benefit. Can you roll this back about a minute and a half? I want his exact words.
Sure. How about the 2104 there? I'll put it right there. Let me go back. I'll drop it back to 20. Tell me if I'm close to it.
For adults, low-income men and women to not marry. You also had at the same time a push by some programs, I'm thinking of like the National Welfare Rights Organization, to see poverty as more of a women's issue, right? So poverty was feminized and racialized in the 1960s, right? The black poverty rate in 1959 was about 55%. So I could understand why some organizations would say, no, we should benefit from some of these programs especially because we have been discriminated against in AFDC in previous decades. But one of the dynamics that it created, and I think I heard you sort of allude to this, Martin, is that it displaced men from their rightful role as providers in the home.
Yeah.
And it brought the government in to play the role of substitute father and create.
What you think about that, Ishar? You agree with that?
Okay. All right. So he said it discriminated against men.
Yes.
Okay. This is always the position that I work on. Whatever you say is facts. That's how I work. I don't.
Okay.
I'm not going to say that you lied. I'm going to say whatever you said is true.
Right. Gotcha.
Now you have to just prove it to me or make me understand. So
Right.
if what he's saying that they were discriminated against as men, so I would say this guy is what, 40?
I would imagine. I think he is in his 40s. I do
Okay.
believe so. Yeah.
So I'm gonna say his parents were in their, or is still here, in their 60s.
Yeah.
Grandparents 80s, maybe some of them living, and
Yeah.
great parents 100, but we don't have to go back that far. Let's go
Right.
back to their great grandparent in their 80s. So now I would like to know that great grandparent, all those great grandparents, these people in the 80s, this is the information that we would have to get from them because they're still living. They were there. They can tell you the cities that they lived in. They can tell you the people around them because it may not have affected them. Could be people around them because you
Right.
know people, right?
Right.
So you know your neighbor down the street, up the hall, down the block, first floor, fifth floor, whatever.
Sure.
So I would have to ask who was affected, and if the conclusion is yes, it is true, Black men were, discriminated against. Now I want to ask that question is the next question would be, what did these 80-year-olds do about it? If they
And
felt they were discriminated against, then what did they do about it?
and that's a valid point. So instead of sitting around talking about it, you just pass it on to the 60s generation, those folks that are in their 50s and their 40s. You just passed it on to them. So I get exactly what you're saying. Y'all saying that Black men were discriminated against you, but what did you do to stop this discrimination? Is that the question that you're asking?
That is the question I'm asking those 80-year-olds. That's what I'm asking. Now, if they say nothing because we didn't realize it at that time, but we realized it um, like his parents. So they're in their 60s. So the 60-something-year-olds, they realized that it was discrimination against the men.
Right.
So now I ask, what did those 60-something-year-olds do or, that were affected? What did they do? Did they write letters? Did they march? Did they vote? Did they have committees?
Well,
What did they do to fight against that? Because this guy used the word discrimination. That's a strong word to use.
yeah, and it is.
So
It is.
did anyone try to sue someone? Did anyone go to any government official? What happened? Did anyone do anything? Now, if the answer is no, then now my question is, okay, you 40-something-year-old that is speaking on the panel, you're giving this as history. You need to include what the history was besides the discrimination. Because you're not giving any of that. You're not saying my
Right.
great grandparents did this or the people that was in their 80s, they did this when they found out they were discriminated, or they didn't know until, like my parents, they knew that when they were in their 60s that that was a bad thing. They were discriminated. And this is what the history shows. They did this, they tried to do that, whatever. So now I'm listening to this guy in his 40s. I'm going to be quiet and listen to hear where is he going with this story? Is he talking about change and how that change can be about? So that's why I'm
Well,
gonna be quiet here. And
well,
hello everyone in the chat. Sorry I missed you if I
no,
missed you.
no problem. Well, I can tell you, you're gonna be waiting till hell freeze over because he ain't talking about change.
Okay. Play that beautiful Bing boots then.
All right, get comfortable.
All right.
Since
Got
you
my
said it,
coffee. I'm ready.
all right, here we go, y'all.
Created, and I say this in the book, I characterize it as an iron triangle with low-income moms who benefited from the resources coming from the government, elected officials who benefited from a baked-in voter base. You said, vote for me and I'll provide more of these programs.
Baked in voter base. Again, more of these racial tropes that have been thrown at y'all with just to let you know they're not talking about white folks. They're talking about black folks. More only right now, he's talking about black folks that some people only think that our brain is only wired to vote Democrat. You, as they say on some of those streams, y'all niggas like staying on the Democratic plantation. As soon as somebody try to set you free, what? He beat us on Monday, clothed us on Tuesday, feed us on Wednesday. Why y'all won't leave the masses' house? He good to us.
Unelected bureaucrats who manage the poverty economy. These are the statisticians, these are the
Again, it was hard for me as I was watching this when I heard them saying something in so many words. I'm glad I listened to this first so I could hear exactly. He says unelected bureaucrats. What in God's green earth is the Heritage Foundation? Is anybody from the Heritage Foundation that authorized, that wrote this Project 2025 that we rolling with right now? Has any of them folks been elected?
No. Elect to what?
I'm just asking. So again, pay attention to what they say when Mr. Squires, when you say unelected bureaucrat, are you talking about them folks over the Heritage? Tell me I'm wrong so far. I'm missing something. Huh, El Boogie? What's that song we was listening to one time? Hotel Boogie.
Boogie on
No, it says Full Tilt Boogie. That's what it is.
Boogie
See, now I got to play that Sunday night now.
Yep.
case managers. All of them have something to gain in that triangle. But notice I said it's a triangle, not a square, because the one person who sort of left out of that environment is the dad. And I think you see that in the video that we showed. So my question is it possible today to break that triangle, and specifically, particularly in low-income communities where a culture of marriage has not existed for decades, is it possible to sow seeds of marriage and strong families in environments where the ground is rocky? And what would that actually look like and sound like? Whoever wants to jump in first on that one. Okay, go ahead, James.
I was going to say, maybe we should incentivize marriage. And when it comes to filling out taxes, when I became married, it was cheaper to file separately. And, sorry, not cheaper.
Incentivize marriage. What does that mean to you, Shar?
I'm not sure, but I would say if he wants to use that term, I would do it with the IRS as far as filing. If you want to do it that way, like, okay, well, we're really going to give married couples more benefits, more a bigger tax break, even though I don't see how you really can do that, but
I,
whatever.
I
If
thought
that's
that,
what you would like to do, then maybe that's what he could be talking about.
yeah, I thought when you filed for, because keep in mind at one point in time I was married. I know, I know, hard to believe, huh? But anyway, I was married, and at the time for you to start with your filing your income taxes, at some point in time they asked you on the form, do you want to file married joint or do you want to file married as a single person? It wasn't that on the form itself.
Yeah, and it's still like that. And now that you mention it, let me make a note to myself. Why why do they give that option?
Right. So that's the government giving that option. So how do you blame people for that when the government allows you to do it?
Now, if you say remove it, and
Yes.
then now then that's more of a, I guess you would call it incentive. That's the term he wants to use. But
Right. Right. So basically, correct me if I'm wrong. You're allowing by this paper that I'm looking at, you're allowing a couple that's making, say that the husband's making, and someone used this the other day, so I'm gonna go ahead and use it. The husband's making 52,000 a year, and the wife is making 48,000 a year. Because if I combine the incomes, you're gonna get taxed more. I'm gonna allow the husband to only file that he made $52,000 a year. I'm gonna allow the wife to say 48,000. Who gonna get the most money back?
well, I'm gonna bring it back a little bit to what I think this is going.
Mhm.
Um, the marriage part. You want you saying that the solution is, and this, these people are specifically talking about Black people. They
Mm-hmm.
cannot be, in my opinion, so what I've heard so far, they cannot be talking to men. They have to be talking to women when they're saying
Absolutely
this.
right. I'll agree with that. I'll agree. I'll agree with that.
Um, and with that being said, women, when we watch our when we growing up in the nursery rhymes and the dolls and all that kind of stuff, we kind of have that embedded in us as far as, the couple thing. We learn that growing up. So we already have that in our mind. So okay, fine. The men, why don't he, direct this to men
Men,
and tell
exactly.
them how to do this, how to be prepared
To
to
get
take on
married.
a bride. Yeah, to take on a
Absolutely.
bride.
Yes,
And as
yes, I
far as
agree.
incentives,
Yes, to get
and
married, any old
now
body.
let's go back to um the men he says are being discriminated against. Then again, we got to do something, and I don't mean we as, you and I'm just saying he needs to figure out something where men can be more not discriminated against, whatever that whatever he wants to build. I don't know what this is, a university, I don't know. Whatever it takes to get that man prepared, so he's not discriminated against, or he has a better chance in this discriminated world, I guess, to take on a bride. That's what I want to hear. So now I'm gonna be quiet and listen some more.
Right, but again, I think you're absolutely right. The conversation to me is like they're preaching to the choir here. You should be taught this. This should be directed more towards men. What are you doing as a man once you get out of high school and 18 and you prepare? Have you prepared yourself to take on a bride? Most men at 18 years old, if you're honest with yourself, you'll know that you are not ready to be married. Absolutely not. Most of us men at 18, how can I say this? Because I know at 18, I was 18. I know I wasn't ready to be married at 18.
Well, see, that's
Of
why I
course.
said I have to listen to, his conclusion, because I don't know all that where he's going with this. I really
Right.
don't know.
Again, it's the leading down a path of what the hell you talking about. Let's go.
Cheaper is not the word that I received more money back if we filed separately as a family. But once we filed jointly, then I noticed that, oh, there's not a comma in my tax return. So, yeah, so I was thoroughly confused, and I've been doing my taxes ever since I was in college. So I was very confused when it came to that. So something that I've noticed is that if we can incentivize marriage, that would give people more incentives to become married, but also to stay married, along with incentivization of marriage. If you've been married for 5 years versus married for 2 years, I believe that the government or the IRS should reward that. If you have a 30-year-long marriage, like, let's go. We should reward that, because at the end of the day, when you're in your 50s, these are supposed to be the prime moments of your life. These are supposed to be the happiest moments of your life. We should be rewarded with that. So I believe that there's different things that we need to do. And also,
We who should be rewarded? Only men should be rewarded?
I didn't hear the last few seconds, but I did hear him say he did mention IRS. Okay, so like I said, okay, I didn't know where this was going. Okay, now we're talking government. So is he saying that the men need government incentives? Is
That's
that what he's saying?
okay. Again, it's an oxymoron, isn't it?
I'm just asking
I'm
because
I,
he said IRNS.
okay.
So
You can't get past them.
yeah, so that's where it sounds like he wanting the finance from. Okay. So go ahead and talk to IRS and
Uncle
do
Sam.
that and see how that works. Or I'm not telling how to solve this. I'm just thinking that's where you're directing this to. So I'm looking
Again,
forward to hearing that this conversation has been had already. Not now, but already.
right. Listen, again, it's already been had, and you're absolutely right. Why would you be associating retirement, not unless you some kind of big guy up there and you're making plenty of money, you can retire at 50. But the retirement age, from what I understand, you can retire early at 62, and you can fully retire at 65. Correct me if
Yes.
I'm wrong.
Yes, that is correct. You won't get Medicare at 62, but you definitely
Right,
can
right.
retire fully at 65 with Medicare.
Now someone said something up here that I wanted to touch back on, and what's it right here? This is L Boogie. When are men going to say the pressures of manhood are too much to carry, so they run away from their responsibilities? A whole lot of men need to adhere to that, because sometimes that's exactly it. I didn't think it was going to be like this. I didn't know it was going to be like this. I didn't know that every dime that I made was going to have to go to the family. I thought I'd have some leftover change to buy me a car, a new ride. I thought I'd be able to go and get me a haircut every 2 weeks. I thought I'd be able to have the freshest clothes. Reality strikes some of these men sometimes, and they can't handle it, so they
And I'm
walk
gonna
away from it. Go
and I
ahead,
want to
Chuck.
say this because this is a conversation I had with a friend that said this to me about the father of her child. He said, "You're trying to take all my money."
Okay.
That's what he said because she wanted to. Well, this was her idea. She to split daycare. She didn't even ask him to pay all the daycare. She said split it, and she gave him the amount. And he said, "You want to take all my money."
Eh, eh,
So add that to what you just said. I didn't know having a child was going to be this expensive.
Yes, absolutely. And some people can. And again, no disrespect to the brothers that are listening. Of course, I hate to use this moniker, but hit dogs holler. If you know I'm not talking about you, nothing that I've said so far should make you upset. You should be like, yeah, I didn't think about it like that. Or you might be a little off base on this, but I guarantee you nothing I've said so far here, because these men are literally up here gaslighting you because they have on ties. You heard one man speaking earlier about dealing with underage girls. What the hell are you worried about the puberty of an underage girl? You got nothing else better to do. You hear this guy right here with the orange tie on talking about shit. I was trying to slick the government one time or the other. I was married, but I was filing because I was making more than her. I needed to get all of my money. You got to listen to what they're saying. A tie don't change. A tie in a different accent don't change who you are.
So I don't believe that we should fund distress, if that makes sense. If there's distress in the community, we shouldn't just throw money at distress in the community. We should throw money in areas where we're promoting a good, where we're promoting things like marriage, where we're promoting things like strong families.
Can you stop right there?
These are some of the things that, I think that if we
He
So
said stress in the community. He throwing money at stress in the community. So stress as in not having health care, not having enough food on the table, that type of stress?
yeah,
Is
so
is
no,
that what he's talking about?
right. Let's not remove that stress. We shouldn't put no money at. We shouldn't take that stress out of the community. Don't throw
Throwing
right.
money at
Throw.
stress.
That's like Donald Trump throwing them paper towels at them folks in Puerto Rico.
How are you going to jump from not having food or enough food and housing and those type of things to bam, married?
Correct.
Oh,
Correct.
I'm hungry. Oh, my
Right.
stomach.
Right.
Uh,
Correct me.
l- let's get
Correct,
married.
yeah. Correct me. Correct me if I'm wrong. Somebody said, if we hungry, you staying at home. If the kid's hungry, I'm staying at home. If I can't make it, if we can't make it on my salary, everybody gonna be hungry. Didn't we hear that somewhere?
Well, if you look at the news lately, which I haven't in 2 weeks, but 2 weeks, well, a week before that, there was a total, I think, of five men that thought that way, and they got rid of themselves, the wife, the mother of the child, and the children.
Hmm. Okay.
Yeah, I think DJ Torch spoke on that. I think I saw that.
Right. Again, shout out to DJ Torch, DJ. I mean, excuse me. Shout out to the Goat Taz, and for all you folks out here, again, these men have put the information out there to you. Y'all may not like
Yeah.
some of the content that we put out here, but at least it's factual. At least you can call us out on something if we're wrong about a situation. I'm like me. I think I'm like Taz, and I think I can speak for DJ Torch. If we're wrong about something, don't mind it. My bad. But some of y'all folks will die on the hill of wrong. That's a problem.
Hmm.
These four men up here will die on the hill of wrong, or they wouldn't be here. They wouldn't be speaking this if they really took a look back and look at people around them, like you said, Shore. Did you go up around somebody like that to where you can ask somebody, hey, did welfare put your daddy out the house?
I know it's people don't like to hear the name, but Miss Cynthia G actually did a live stream where she called the welfare office and she asked questions, and none of the offices, and she called a couple of states, and it was the states that welfare were, um,
Predominantly black?
yeah,
Hmm.
at that time,
Yes.
and no one had an answer to that. They like no,
No.
because you got to ask the question, well, where were they put, and how were they shipped out? And it may sound funny, coming from her to say it that way, but do think about it. Was it a bus that came to pick them up? Bub bub,
Right. Who picked you up?
get on the bus.
All right,
you know,
niggas. All right, niggas. It's time to go.
I mean, how did that work out? So, but yeah, none of the states agreed to that being a prerequisite
Now, my
as
thing is,
must.
and I got to shout out another warrior. Mary Brown said this.
Hmm.
Y'all niggas, how you as a grown man, and I can hear his voice saying it now, how you as a grown man, they talk about you the father, you the protector of your community, let somebody put you out your house.
I remember asking once in a chat room, was the husband on the lease? Because I couldn't figure it out either. Like I
Right.
said, whatever you say, you're right. I just need to understand how you're right. That's all.
When I say the
And
quickest way to end the argument, you right. You're right.
Hey,
You're right. Go ahead. Let's continue.
Do that, it will actually kind of
Hey there, Candy Cane Lane. How you doing? How you doing? You know I'm gonna talk about you in a little while. So hold on, don't go nowhere.
uh-oh.
change the tide.
So if I want to make sure I'm hearing. So for any policymakers who may be watching, and these are relatively low cost, low risk tweaks to the system. At least one of them, and I think this is a really good one. A mayor or a governor could have proclamations that go out to couples who live in their jurisdiction for being married 5, 10, 20, 30, 50, 70 years. And with those proclamations could come some set of incentives, financial reward, that type of thing. I think that is a relatively low cost, low risk way to begin planting some of those seeds of a marriage culture, particularly in places where one hasn't existed. Any other ideas?
Yeah, there are a bunch. I mean, when you think of the destruction of the family and what's happened in my community, in my black, in the community that I live in.
Now, and you notice, folks, they were instructed not to use the word black. The title says it all. You don't have to keep repeating it. You don't have to say black. And every time they catch themselves or about to say the word black, you notice they stutter or they correct themselves. Y'all hearing what I'm hearing, right? This is a direct assault on us, by us, FUBU, by us, for us. That's what they're doing. They're trying to tell you that these men are speaking for us in the black community. These men are telling us what's wrong, telling them what's wrong in the black community and how they can fix it.
You know what?
Clothing.
I'm sorry. You know what I just thought of?
Huh?
It sounds like this is stress to them.
They ain't throwing no money at this.
Listen, I know this is wild. I do have wild imagination.
Okay.
You know, what I'm hearing now
Mhm.
is it is tough being married as a black man. There should just be some type of reward. You got to, if I hung in there 5 years, give me something. I hung
I
in there
need to
10
get something.
years.
I need to be rewarded. Thank you very much, Shaw, because at the end of it, that's what I was going to say. Y'all niggas think y'all need to be rewarded for being married.
For hanging in there. Wow.
That's
Oh
right.
my God. That's what I
That's
hear.
right. That's right. That's exactly what it is. Where the money at? Y'all niggas been giving these black women this money for years. The AFDC, the welfare, the TANF. I want mine. I'm JG Wentworth and I want my money now. JG 1-800 cash now.
So I'm really curious to hear the rest because now I'm wondering. Okay, of course they're going to include themselves because they're living. This goes on to for their sons and grandchildren,
Son,
grandsons. Oh,
son,
this is going to be interesting. Okay.
son, let me tell you something, son. Son, when you get married, once you get hanging there for 5 years, you gonna get some money. Our government has a provision that you're gonna be able to fold out, usually around tax season. And they're gonna ask you, have you been married for over 5 years? When you check that box, you're gonna get an extra $1,000.
Yes, son, just hang in there. I know she gonna get on your nerve, and she gonna want to get her hair done, and I know you're gonna be hunching on her all the time, so you're gonna have a house full of kids, and it's gonna get expensive. But just one day, after 5 years, you'll get your $1,000 reward.
You're gonna get that money. You're gonna get
Yeah,
yours.
just hang in there. You're gonna get your reward because we were discriminated against back 50
Back
years
then,
ago, 60 years.
and
But
19.
you, son, this is a better path for you. You
I
can get
done
your
mapped it out.
$1,000.
Right.
Hang in there.
Right.
5 years, son. Just
Took
5
us a
years.
while to get there, but I finally did it for you. No more can they call you a shade tree nigga.
Just hold on.
Just hold on. After that 5 years, get that money. Flip it over. Go and get you an ounce. Sell it. Just some rims. Get your
Them
old
rims,
school.
son. Get them
Get your
rims, son.
old, get your old school Regal.
That's your money.
Get you a rag top. Let's go.
That I cared most about. I think of not just my family members, I think of my cousins, I think of, it's got to be a full-on assault from not just government, but the cultural changes. There has to be literally a war of, to strengthen marriage and the family. And it starts with removing disincentives at the policy level and in creating incentives, as you mentioned, James, at the policy level. And then culturally, communicating the positive versus promoting the negative, whether that's in song or in public venues or anywhere. I mean, and so that's.
It finally come to the point, and while they're talking about, although C. Dolores Tucker reminded y'all of this years ago, that sooner or later, rap was going to be one of the main influence of debauchery in the culture. Was she wrong, Shar?
She wasn't, and it's a catch-22 because entertainment has been what, and I'll hold up quotation,
Yeah.
the black people were good at for others.
Yes.
We entertained them. We cleaned for them, entertained them, and that's how we got money. And that was pretty much how we got more money than the little small amount for
Yeah. Yeah.
everyday chores. So
Gotcha.
um, that was their way out, as they say. And I
Yeah.
get it, but look how it affected us.
Right. At what cost? That money, all money ain't good money. That's not just a fly by night slogan there, folks. At the cost of what we gave up is look where we're at. Because
But I
now,
will
go ahead. Go right
I
ahead.
will say, think about there was some backlash when one of the, I don't know which singer it was, Cardi B, it was one of them that t- didn't want their child to hear the music, the lyrics of music, and they were talking about that. They're like, see, she know that music ain't good. She don't even want her child to hear those
Right,
lyrics.
absolutely. She was on. I know exactly what you're talking about. She was on a live stream on Instagram, and she was playing her release of her song. The daughter or the child walked into the room, and she cut it off. So somebody asked her, "What? You don't want your child to hear that kind of mess?" And she said, "No, I don't want my daughter listening to that. But it's okay for you to put it out for somebody else's daughter to listen to."
Yeah, so that's where I go with the hey,
Yeah.
this is their way of being able to make the money that they make. So, but look how it.
Right. There's nothing wrong. Now, don't get it twisted there, ladies and gentlemen. There's some quite talented folks out there. And of course, for me being in radio, I run into them every day. But a lot of these folks don't sing like this. They don't have lyrics like that. They're not. It's not swipe the credit card up your ass kind of music, or it's not drill music. So it's
Mhm.
about consumption. And if we look at the ratchetness of rap music and drill music, guess who's the main contributor of it? Guess who's the main person that consumes that? Although we make it, guess who buys it more?
Well, I
Sorry.
definitely would say guess who's affected by it more. I'll say
Right.
that for
Right.
sure.
We're affected by it more because it's a reflection on us, but they buy it more because they believe, as they say, it's their lifestyle. It's what they are. And some of that music depicts us as animals. Say what you want to. Say what you want to. It does. Gets no airplay at my radio station. Am I wrong, Sean?
You're not wrong. I used to make a joke in chat rooms when music was brought up. I said, well, anyone can write a rap song. All you got to do is make sure you mention a alcohol beverage, a drug, some rims, stack some money, and jets.
Okay.
Now you can kind of switch that out a little bit. You got to make sure you put the girls in there because you
But
got to
you,
have plenty
yeah,
of girls. Maybe your Johnson is long,
yeah.
and then pick 3 other things, and there you go. You got
And
a
you
rap
got the, you
song.
got the mixings of a rap song.
Yep, that's all you got to do. You can just create that.
That's right.
It's so simple.
That's right. A rap song overnight.
Put a track behind it.
You say, I got to use my word, my command, my word, nouns and verbs better than that. All right.
That's going to take a cultural change. I was in one of the additional things that I did was I was a special advisor to the governor for reentry, and we were working with fathers in Chesterfield County Correctional Facility who were incarcerated, and they were all taking this fatherhood course. They were about to graduate. It's about 50 guys, ages say 18 to about 60, and the president, if you will, of this program stood up. He, again, incarcerated guy, and he stands up and he asks the guys, how many of you guys are fathers? Everybody raises their hands because they're taking a fatherhood class. He said, okay, great. How many of you all want to be bad dads? Nobody raised their hand.
Like they would.
And he said, hey guys, just want y'all to know, nobody wants to be a bad dad.
No shit. What was that a mic? Right. Was that a mic drop moment? Who wants to be a,
Well, what's the point drop? What is mic drop is?
right. What was the point of even saying that? Who sought out to be a bad dad? That's my goal in life, to be a bad daddy.
Now, what's interesting is he said 50. He said it was 50 people, 50 men, and all of them had children.
All of them.
But according to statistics that you hear around the YouTube space, that's not true.
Again, be careful what they say. It's easy to pick on some of the lies that they say. Again, these are manosphere men with ties on, folks. These are manosphere folks. These are some of the same guys that hide behind those avatars. These are the same guys. These are the same talking points. They're not screaming at each other. They're not talking over each other. But these are the same talking points. Incentivizing marriage. Fathers ain't in the home. They're getting kicked out.
Everybody wants to be a good dad.
Everybody wants to be a good dad. What about the mamas? They want to be good dads too?
Everybody want to
It's
bite of that
internal.
Kit Kat bar too.
Right. Break me off a piece of that funk.
It's intrinsic. It's something that is an innate. How do we help that person who is a bad dad, who has actually made bad decisions, has made difficult and wrong choices, to even model bad decisions? How do we help them to even become better dads? Well, we can start with training, with providing supports, with peer mentoring, with a number of, it's what James is already doing, with counseling and peer supports. And so it's not just telling a person, okay, we've given you the freedom to do it, now go and do it. Well,
okay, then again, you remember the last stream I had? We was talking about these guys that were saying there's people in jail. They got their shit more together than y'all folks that's on the outside. Isn't that what he's saying right here? Because remember, everybody he used the word reentry. Reentry what? Back into what? Society?
Right. And he said the support would be one, training, peer support, and counseling.
Right.
That's nice, but people need money to live. So I'm going to keep listening and see where that
Again,
comes into play. Because
right.
if he thinks you're going to get out, get some counseling, hey, man, get married, and you're going to run into some woman, hey, let's get married, and it works that way. That's a fairy tale. So I'm going to keep listening.
Yeah. So far. And that's another good point there, the L Boogie. It's like the blind leading the blind sometime, isn't it?
what's the next step? What's the first step? Well, I've never been a dad. I've never had a dad to even know what the next step is. Yeah. Well, how can I help you do that? And so, again, one of the other things we did in Virginia was in every instance.
See, again, you got to be careful of what they say. Now, he just told you that everybody in the room was a dad. But then someone in the room said, I need help. I've never been a dad. Which one is it?
Well, he's saying, because the next sentence he said he never had a dad in his life, so he doesn't know how to be a dad. So that's what he's pointing at, which is okay. That's fine, but what's next? I'm listening.
Right. Okay.
Institution, every correctional institution in Virginia, their guys are taught the Inside Out Dad program, which is a fatherhood program by the National Fatherhood Initiative. And the goal is that as they're transitioning and reentering society, they're not only returning to a job or returning to a community with a house and so on, but they're returning to relationship.
Yes.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Right.
Oh
okay.
boy.
Let me break
All
this
right.
down for you. Let me break this down for y'all.
Break it down. I'm behind.
Y'all ready for this?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Here we go. Look here. You go to jail. You commit a crime. And when it's about time for you to get out, while you're in prison, there's going to be a program that you can sign up to. So when you get close to getting released, they're going to have a job for you. They're going to have some money for you. They're going to have a place for you to stay. And they're going to have a woman there. But the thing is, you got to pass this course. Right?
Well, it's not quite like that, but I like how you said it. It's funny. You got to be comical. You got to be comical.
Right. All that's going to be for you. That's part of the getting out of jail program where they used to have big parties for you. Now they do it kind of quietly. They just give you everything. Now, shh, don't tell nobody that we're giving you this house, a place to live. But my thing is, Sharon, I think this is where you're going to come in. Isn't this the same thing that they talk about these men want, that they're complaining about these women are getting?
In such a way, now I'm going to say it this way. If the words were coming out of their mouths that they say, you know what, as Black men, we don't have a lot of support. That's true. I'm sorry, that's true. That's why I was available to support the men in YouTube.
A whole lot of folks.
I was, available for that because I agree. They don't have a lot of support. They do not. But the next step is, what are you going to do about it? So if this guy is saying that this is available, there are so many restrictions to that. That's another thing that he hasn't mentioned. I get it. It depends on what your crime was. You got to report to a parole officer. You have to pay fees. And you're going to need some support because they're not going to hand you a place to live. You're going to be in a halfway house, or if you have a grandma, and it's always going to be a woman. I've watched many of parole hearings, and when they're released, 99% of the men were going to a woman's home, a sister, grandmother, or mom. A few times I heard a guy say their brother. Very few times.
Damn. All right, ABP. All right.
And if I find the channel, I'll go ahead and drop it. It's very interesting to watch because this is real. This is not made up. This is not no court TV. Right. These are people that are actually before a parole board. And I'm going to tell you another thing that's very interesting. I've never heard so many yes ma'ams and no sirs in my life.
Right.
Every person was addressed as sir and ma'am, not itch and
nigga, please.
And nigga. Yeah. Never heard those names or man or none of that. Yeah, man. None of that. It was always yes, sir. Yes,
let me get your comment on this right here. El Boogie right here. They don't have a lot of support because men are not supporting men without ulterior motives?
I can take a stab at that and agree, but because I'm not a man, I can't be 100% on that.
That's
I
fair.
can only go by what I've seen men interact, that there's some, um, with the ego, um, it's like two guys could be fine. They brothers, they man, you my man, you my, broham, whatever. But when I see more, somebody want to one up the next person, or it's always something. So that's all I can speak to.
Gotcha. Gotcha. And no logical assessment. And see, that's sometimes that's the point of it is because you wouldn't see these men as ulterior threats. You would see them, as, and I hate to use it, sometimes it's background noise. He may not be the loud brother in the stream, but these are the brothers that can do the most damage. These are the guys that they're in those positions that should be. They'll come into our streams, and they'll come into the Black streams. They'll come into the Latino streams, and they'll take it back to those folks. Well, this is the information I got from these guys, straight from the horse's mouth. They do that. That's what I mean by wolf in sheep's clothing. They may not dress like us. They may not act like us, but they look like us under the auspicious thing that they have there for us. But is there anything these men talk about so far that has been any solutions? We've heard everything that they have said.
They've thrown some things around, but so far, all of that exists
already.
Yeah, and I'm still listening for, to see where else it goes.
Right. Already. Yes, they can talk about something that's already in existence. I can do that. Sure, you're right. It's been takeover. We stepped into the role of. It's never I created.
Well, unless you add the additional money for being married 5, 10, 15 years, that doesn't exist. So that's new. So I'm gonna say that. You got to give credit.
Got you. All right. She nice. She nice. I ain't nice like boss. Not me. I slap the black off you.
Which is far more important than just the financial or the structural benefits. It's that relationship. So how do we reconnect? How do we rebuild that family bridge with training, supports, and so on?
Dr. Bradley, same question. Let me just add a little bit because there seems to be at times a tension, and I'll describe it this way. I've seen organizations that will have programs for moms and babies here, and then they'll have a separate program for dads here. Now, the program for dad almost always has to include some element dealing with the relationship between dad and mom because they know that if dad wants to see baby, he has to have at least a cordial relationship with mom. In my experience, the programs for moms often do not deal with the relationship with dad because mom already has, primary or full custody of the children. So my question to you again is, as you answered the previous question, how do you sow seeds of marriage and stronger family in an environment where sometimes those relationships between mom and dad have broken down, and in a programmatic environment where policymakers and program designers keep the family separated and not as a unified whole?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, I don't know how he gonna answer that, but I can answer this. You can't make people get along. That's just bottom line to it. You cannot make people get along. And that's basically what I hear here. How can we get a mom and a dad that is each other's throat, but there's a child involved? How can we get them back together to where they're at least cordial to each other? You can't.
You can't. And I'm going to make a little joke, but tell the truth still the truth at the same time.
Sure, go right ahead.
A lot of people since I would say 1980, about 1980 or so, people don't wait 6 or 9 months before they sleep together. So they don't know each other, but they like each other. They got the whatever you call it, butterflies, the tingles, and all of that. And they end up sleeping together. It only take a few times, whoop, and here come a child. And as time go on, while that belly is getting bigger, oh, I don't like him. It's 6 months in, he acting like this. He didn't even show up. He didn't do this. Oh, wait a minute, he hit me, oh, or whatever happened. Or maybe let's put it on her because they like to hear that. Oh, this girl is crazy.
Mm,
Oh, she tripping. She
mm,
this.
mm.
I'm gone. There you go.
Right.
So what do you do?
There's nothing you can do, and that's on both sides of the street, like you said. Sometimes it is the mother that may cause the chaos. Sometimes it is the daddy that caused the chaos. But I think with everything, you got to give historical content of why things are like that. Because some of these fathers, and again, some of the mothers, once they were out of this relationships, there becomes I'm going to get that bitch back. All I need to do is get her address, and I'm going to show up at her address. I'll fix her. So in a way, it's the agency protecting itself. I'm not going to give you, just like you call to a job now. They can't give you someone's schedule. They can't give you someone's address. Where back in the 80s, anything you called the job about, they would tell you about. How is he at work? He don't do nothing. You come in late all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But now there's a certain thing called, that if you can't got nothing nice to say about me, don't say nothing at all.
Yeah, they legally can ask, would you rehire this person again?
That's it.
Yes
That's
or no?
it. Right. And that's it. And I think that's where the idea of protecting some of these women came into, where we're not going to be responsible for giving out addresses. And in some cases, I can understand. You can't blame an agency for being a little overprotective sometimes.
That's a great question. I think part of the problem is that we approach these things in a technocratic kind of way. Right? We have these variables, we run through an algorithm, and then we'll get this outcome. I'm not convinced that policy is going to be the driver. I'm convinced that policy tails what's happening culturally. I think what really matters is that we make marriage cool again. Make marriage great again, but make marriage aspirational, right? It needs to be embedded in the music.
Yeah.
I want marriage to be as popular as Sexy Red.
Right.
Three of you know what I'm.
See, again, they'll use what they call those tropes to come at you. You get a chuckle. Now, Sexy Red, is she again, she's what I would like to call, no disrespect. Some folks might get at me after this, but listen, there's women and then there's women's. No disrespect to Sexy Red, but that's the women's. Okay? And that's what they use. They want to bring up the Sexy Reds, the Sukiyanas, the women that that might be out there on the platforms, showing a little bit more than they need to. That's a matter of opinion. But that's who they're quick to throw up. Every time you want to embarrass the black woman, y'all bring up a Sexy Red. You'll bring up a Sukiyana. And if you want to embarrass the smart black woman, y'all will bring up a Candace Owens. Am I wrong, Shar?
Well, I know one thing. I don't think those ladies that's performing on stage, whatever they singing about and dancing about, are thinking about them. They're making their money, and they're not thinking about any of this.
Right.
Something he said. Darn. Can you rewind it back?
Sure.
45 seconds.
Broken down. And in a programmatic environment where policymakers,
Right? We have these variables, we run through an algorithm, and then we'll get this outcome. I'm not convinced that policy is going to be the driver. I'm convinced that policy tails what's happening culturally. I think what really matters is that we make marriage cool again. Make marriage great again. But make marriage aspirational, right? It needs to be embedded in the music. I want
Okay,
marriage
that's
to
it.
be as popular as Sexy Red.
That's
Yeah,
exactly
so making the music. So um you actually can create that. If you know some people that can write, and there's so much talent in the community. A lot of kids don't have a lot of money, and they playing on their games or their computers, and they write stuff. So why don't you do that? If you want music, incentivize that. Say, hey, can you write me a track? I wanted to talk about whatever, and I'm not talking about a small child, 15 and under,
right.
but you can. These kids have talent. Let them write something. They're very creative. So, and if you don't want to go that, 16 and over, I mean 16, yeah, 16 and over, you get you some 20-year-olds here. Write me some tracks. I want to talk about marriage. Go ahead.
Well, now they have the AI out there. So all you have to do is give the AI a prompt, and you can pop out an entire CD album.
Well, he can do that.
That's
And
right.
if it's good enough, I don't know where he's going to go to play that, but do that. So
Right. Because
it's
I
not
do.
impossible what he's
No,
talking about. You can get
it's not.
somebody to write it.
Right. That's right. There's all kind of ways for you guys to have solutions to what you're talking about. So Shar just gave you one. If
Yeah,
you're
you
worried about the music being bad, go create some music, put it out there, and see if folks will listen to what you got to say.
and I'm going to tell you the answer would be no.
Hell no.
I can't wait to get married.
I
Hmm.
saw you and him walking in rain. That's what you're gonna hear. Hey, hey, hey.
Yeah, no one's going
Oh,
to sing that.
no.
I'm sorry. No one's going to sing that. That that decade has gone. It's gone away. If as great as Stevie Wonder is, if he was to make an album of that, everyone with gray hair would listen, but that would be it.
Listen, one thing for sure, I can tell you this, like Al Boogie says, the music from the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, and all the way up into probably the early 80s, although it had a flair to it, it was a hidden flair. You could flirt without being, in this case, so open about it. If you saw a nice young lady, you could describe her 34, 26, 36. Ah, what a winning hand. Is that nasty?
Who's making love to your old
Yo,
lady?
or you can find out whether your woman's cheating. Johnny Taylor, get your way. Who's making love to your old lady? Don't get mad. While you was out making love.
Dun, dun,
Yeah.
dun, 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 dun.
Okay.
We were jamming to that, but
Okay.
the point is you're just not going to get that. Now, if you want that, you can make that and play that in your home or play that for your family. I don't know, but it's not going to sell. Um, and that's it. Because it's all about marketing. He
And
can't
who's
market marriage. You just
no, you
can't
can't.
market it.
You cannot market marriage like you market a beer brand.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to do that. Now, if the IRS was saying, okay, we're going to give married people, couples, extra money, now you can market that because
But
that's a real thing.
but they've been doing that, sure. They've been doing that.
Well, they
I can't.
weren't
Right.
marketing it. It's
No,
just,
it's always been there. I mean, but it's always been the IRS was always giving married couples or the incentive to file separately. So that's nothing new for them. Am I wrong?
it's always been there. So
Yeah, it's always
again,
been there.
I was looking for him to explain,
I'm
but
trying. I'm trying
maybe
to.
he's
I
going to
know.
say it.
I
I
know.
don't know.
I know, Char. Like I said, I've been around you enough to know that you try to give everybody benefit of the doubt. How that been working out for you?
Well, so far I haven't got any new news. I'll say that. No new information. I'm
Okay.
waiting though.
You try. So if you had to lean to them, he might know. He might be onto something, or this guy don't know what he's talking about. What side is you leaning towards right now?
Yeah, he definitely he's not winning on this. This is
Okay. Okay.
not going to work.
All
Not at all.
right. Let's go. Let's see if we can. I'm trying to help you out here, brother.
Aspiration of getting a job, just like the aspiration of getting a house. It's not just having kids as an aspiration, leaving a legacy. It's barbershop talk. It's your legacy. What about the legacy of loving a woman well? The legacy.
That ain't no legacy. That's called bragging.
You
That
know,
is. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on.
go ahead.
I got to finish this one. All right. Hey,
Knock it
nigga,
out. Knock it
do
out.
you think your tallywhacker's that damn good that women gonna write a book about it?
A legacy.
The legacy of his tallywhacker, as written by the Manosphere. You know how many books have been written about how to love a woman, what to do to a woman, and all you got to do is really fucking listen and pay attention. She'll tell you everything you need to know. I don't need no book to tell me how to interact with my woman. Now or then. I don't. If you need a book to go around and tell people how great you are in bed, something wrong with you. But that's what they all focus on. Cooch. That's the bottom line for them. How much coochie they can get. Damn it, you mean I got to be married now to get it? Sure.
What I'm going to say is most of these people, even the audience of people that would watch, I'll say average age is 40. So speaking to 40-year-olds about this, I don't see how that's very helpful unless you think that speaking to them would encourage them to talk to their teens and 20-year-olds to get married. That's the only thing I can see you're going to get out of this. Because the government is not going to do that, which was a complaint earlier when I came in the stream, that the government wasn't incentivizing anything. There was no benefits. So that's not going to happen. You know, they're just pretty much talking to each other and some 40-year-olds. That's it.
That's my that was my ultimate thing. These are just some men, the manosphere men that dressed up to get on camera.
The sequence, the timing are important. And I want to emphasize the point that you made in terms of the cultural norms. In chapter 9 of the book, which is entitled Rally Marriage Advocates for Battle, I talk about a woman named Joy Jones, who's an author and artist who was doing some substitute teaching in elementary school in Washington, D.C. This was around 2006. And she was talking to the kids about their futures. And some of the boys in the class said that when they get older, they want to be fathers. And she said, oh, this is great. It said she was so pleased to hear about their family aspirations that she offered to invite a few couples to talk about marriage and raising children. The boys were unenthused. One told her plainly, we're not interested in the part about marriage, only about how to be good fathers. Another boy explained their stance with 5 words and jaw-dropping candor. Marriage is for white people. That's what he said. And today,
marriage is for white people.
I think that young person, that's what they see more of. So, okay.
Okay, for you, in your eyes, marriage is for white folks.
If that's what that child that he's speaking of sees, okay. Now what is he going to say? I'm listening.
Right. So for me, I would have said, well, let me show you where you're wrong at. Because at the beginning of this stream, we heard Delano Squires say he was married. You don't need to go no further. We don't need to go no further than my house, sir, to prove you wrong.
No, he's pushing it.
He's
pushing more marriage.
Right. Here we go.
In the District of Columbia, where we sit right now, 77% of black children are born to unmarried parents, and about 60%, particularly east of the river in Ward 7 and 8, if you know DC geography, live with a single mom. Now, for the progressives who talk so much about racial equity, I'll give you another number. 93% of white children are born to married parents. That is a 70 percentage point gap. And you can't find anyone, whether in policy, no pundit, no politician, no professor, no preacher or performer who speaks so much about racial equity will take that challenge on. So,
well, again, no, we can't take on those numbers, but I'm maybe myself, L Boogie, Shar, Sandy, and Prism, a few of the other folks down here. Maybe we're all in that 30%. Maybe we're all in that other percentage of what he said, that what he's speaking opposite of. Because I didn't know, everybody that I knew growing up, my uncles and my aunts, my mom's friends, my dad's friends, they all were married.
Yeah, there's a lot of marriages some years ago. I'll just say that.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I see something in the back chat there. Sure. Yeah, I can do that. Let me play this.
Okay.
I'm gonna go make it up.
All right.
Talk to me a little bit more about what this sort of cultural revolution for marriage would look like. I have a few ideas. I would love to see professional sports leagues run pro-marriage and fatherhood campaigns in all the cities they work in. I believe, to your point, film, media, television, music, and Lord knows podcasts have to be harnessed for pro-marriage purposes. But say a little bit more about what, again, sowing some of those seeds of a marriage culture would look like. Any of you want to jump in?
Oh, well, I guess I'll go jump in. I believe that you need corporate buy-in. And the key word with that is buy. We need funds going to different podcasts, different companies to push that agenda. And in order to push any agenda, you need funds. You need.
Again, you just heard him say it. Someone mentioned that earlier. Was they paying these niggas? Now we know that they are.
Just need some, something for the podcast, Yeah.
Hit that super chat. Hit that like button. So, I mean, now we hear it. We heard it out of one of their mouths. We don't have to guess anymore. Some of these folks just saying what they're saying because they're getting paid to say it.
Yeah.
Now, if y'all look at the new, what I call that ticker tape right there, we kind of renamed a stream for the night. It's hashtag MNIS, Manosphere Ninjas in Suits. Ninjas in Suits. Y'all know what we really mean, though, right?
Volume 1.
Volume 1. They come into a town near you. Fresh with a whole bunch of hits of how to get married. They're gonna have to come back, let's get married, baby. I love you, baby. Walk down the street with me, baby.
You really don't need that Chanel bag, baby.
Baby, you really got to hold on me, baby.
I ain't got money for that bag, baby.
The hits are going to come up.
Why you need 2 carrots to get married? What's wrong with 1 carrot, baby? Let's get married with 1 carrot.
Is that bag going to be big enough, baby? I swing that tallywhacker like you like it, baby.
Marry me, baby.
Her final reply going to be, nigga, please, baby.
Money to come in and fund this. And I believe that's something because the things that are really making its rounds on social media is a lot of stuff that is attacking marriage. It's attacking fathers in the home. But they're But if you go to the other corners of social media that aren't getting all the likes, you're also seeing a lot of good things when it comes to families and things such as that. So I believe if we get the corporate buy-in, that we'll be able to.
I want one of them.
This man want to get paid. He said, forget that. It's the youngest one
He said,
channel.
he said, fuck them super chats. I want the corporate buy-in. He sounded like Richard Pryor. But the problem is we not getting the crossover bucks.
He want the corporate car. He want the corporate woman, the secretary, everything.
I'm trying not to, but you can't make this up. I love Kevin Samuels. You can't make this shit up. Oh my goodness. We want the corporate bucks.
Okay. Ooh wee.
Company car. Didn't BGS say they was giving away Astro Vans?
Well, actually, he said get an Astro Bank.
Okay. Donations. Somebody said donations.
See, the youth will tell you what they really want. If you listen to them, they'll tell you what they really want.
That's what I told y'all. Y'all think I had to make this up? Listen to them long enough. Donations. Don't y'all find that suspicious? Oh my God. I'm starting to sweat.
Me too.
Let's go. Let me put on something boring so I can stop laughing here.
Utilize the.
Nope, that didn't do it.
Want to utilize the corporate car.
Now my stomach hurting.
Ooh-wee.
Yeah, you don't sound like the most masculine fella in the world either. Candy Cane, I blame you.
Strength of companies, the strength of athletes. There's plenty of athletes that have massive followings that are married individuals that do good work in the community, but at the same time, as a society, we focus on all the other things. We focus on this celebrity or this influencer that's getting paid by Balenciaga or something like that, and we're seeing that, but we're not seeing the good things that are going on. And a lot of times, it just needs funding. When it comes to fatherhood, it just needs more funding. Just like some of the policies that you brought up before, a lot of times the economic aspect is geared towards the mothers and the babies, and the fathers, they get a little.
Brother, let me come to you really quick because I want to tee something up for you because James mentioned corporate buying.
That's what one of them niggas needed to do. Lean over there and rub him on the shoulder. Nigga, stop crying. I'm trying to be serious. Oh, welcome, Prism. How you doing? Welcome in.
Greetings.
Are you there? You're on mute, Prism.
Oh, hey. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
I can hear you.
Okay, I'm just sitting here laughing at y'all. I'm sorry.
I tried to listen. I'm trying to be serious, but he just wouldn't let me. He wouldn't do it.
I don't have anything to say. I'm just gonna listen and laugh at right now.
They need the corporate bucks. They're not getting the crossover money. This is back for the BTFU, back to the Africa movement. Watch the phone stop ringing. Super chats left and right.
So basically, that's really dangerous. You know that.
Huh?
Corporate buy-ins when it comes to having some sort of marriage initiative. You know that's dangerous, right?
Yeah, it is.
It's very serious actually, but
It is. You're right.
especially the way that the Heritage Foundation is doing their control and what I've been talking to you about, social engineering to Black people. So this is very serious. So
Yeah.
even though we're laughing about their tackiness,
Right. We're not right. We're not less. I'm sorry.
right, it is very serious though. When and you know, and there- to for a corporate buy-in, it means that they would. So let me. I want to do this. I want to do this really quick.
I know. It's
So-
hard to keep a straight face. I know, y'all.
I know it is, honestly, because it's really honestly, if you, basically, if you have a corporate buy-in. So there's a book by a professor who I am very familiar with. He wrote a book about white flight, about Atlanta, Georgia, and he also wrote a book called One Nation Under God. His name is Kevin Cruz. If somebody can put that name in the chat, is Kebin, last name Cruz, Kruse. Kevin Cruz wrote a book called One Nation Under God. And basically, corporate buy-in is how we started with this whole mess. With Disney and all of these different people giving funding to the political parties and religious rights and organizations getting involved with all of our business. This is how all this stuff started.
So this is how the lobbyists infiltrated this prison?
Yes. So let me put his name in it because I think everybody would benefit. I've recommended this to a lot of the other women in the women's reading groups that we have online.
Wonderful. Okay.
And a lot of women have read this book. Some women are still reading it. And eventually what we're going to have is a conversation about this topic. We haven't decided where we're going to do it. It's probably going to be behind membership panel, paid wall, or by link because of the fact of how much the type of women that are in that group of women, they don't feel safe having these conversations. El Boogie, with a lot of these men online around, because a lot of women are like myself, we are solutionists. And I know a lot of people, you know, they like to focus on feminism and all these other things, but a lot of women are solutionists. Because when I see something, I've been talking about Delano Squires. He came on my radar very early last year, and I knew he was going to be a problem. Although we're sitting here laughing at this, you haven't begun to hear why, as Black women, this stuff right here is going to be a problem for you. But I'm gonna let you go ahead and continue.
All right.
Wow.
But again, folks, like Prism just said, we're only touching the tip of the iceberg when it comes to these four guys on this panel right here. And again, I can only bring you so much information. She offers you something. So every time we get all these four gentlemen that are on the panel here, I would suggest that each one of y'all check them out individually. And you see that, yes, we're making light of it. But these four men on this panel, they're dangerous. That's why I keep saying wolves in sheep's clothing, because that's what they are.
And I want to go to another institution, and in my opinion, the most important institution, which is the church. So can you speak to what would it look like for churches, particularly in low-income communities?
Now, before he gets into that, folks, where do you think the majority of us really get our information from? Our mamas, our aunties, the way we live, what we believe in, the pastor, Black churches. That's our source. You going to church this Sunday? I ain't see you in church. They know how important, and there I use the word religion.
Yeah.
They know how important that is to us as a community, as an overall Black community. It's how we're raised. We're raised in the church. The majority of us, if you listen to the musicians, to the writers, the poets, all of us at one time or the other said, at some point in time, my mom and my daddy took me to church. Am I wrong? Sure.
You're right.
Prison? Am I wrong?
That's what we hear.
Oh, you know, I was on the front pew, so you know where my
Oh,
you know where I was with that. You know,
okay. When
no,
you're
I
on
get
the,
it.
when you're on the
Absolutely.
front pew, you special if you're on the front pew. We know that. We know that. We know that for sure.
Yeah, I
But
know.
but again, that's how important religion is to us. So what these black men understand that. Why? Because they're skin folk. They're not kinfolk. Wolves in sheep's clothing. Now listen very carefully to how they talk about infiltrating black churches, black religion. Because if you have faith, religion should not mean shit to you. Literally.
To embrace this pro-marriage and pro-family culture?
Yeah, this is really easy. I mean, it might sound revolutionary. It goes back to the story that I told with this young man in Harlem. They need to see it. This idea that we can run them through a 6-week program, put some PowerPoint slides up, and be like, okay, you're good. They need to actually be embedded and feel it and see it live in action. They need to see parents. They need to see a couple work through an argument. They need to see dynamics happen. They need to watch children. They need to watch parents loving on their children. They need to see it. So they're like, you know what? I want to be that man someday. So one of the things that I've been encouraging churches.
What if they saw their parents in utter chaos all the time? To be quite honest with you, the entire time that I've grown up with my parents, I think I literally heard my parents in one altercation. And that's because we was in the car. And you know how it goes. If one person says, turn here, and the other person says, turn there. And you got 8, 9 kids screaming in the back seat. And it's hot. Sure? Anything?
Yeah, I didn't hear anything. I think only thing I remember, and it wasn't even an argument. My dad just kept calling my mom name, and that was his way of saying, "Come on now,
Right,
come on now."
right.
That was it. He was
Right. My
disagreeing.
mom. You're absolutely right. My pops would call my mom by her first name, and my mom's would call and she had a distinct way of calling his name to where, huh? Like the other day, when I was watching the opening ceremony for Barack Obama, when she said his name, notice how he paid attention.
Uh-huh.
He knew there was something about to come from her that he wasn't expecting.
Mm-hmm.
Is to do instead of having these programs where you isolate them and just sort of put them in a building for an hour and a half and run them through programs and teach.
Wait a damn minute there. That sounds like them guys at the old cats at the barbershop. You see, Logic with the muscatel. He said, wait a damn minute. Ain't no woman going to, you let that nappy head girl sit at the front of your table talking to you like that, boy.
Mm-mm.
I tell you, a lot of these folks, they watch Color Purple a little bit too long.
We need to actually disperse the work and put these young men and young women in homes with people. Let them come over for dinner. Take them on vacation with you. Let them see your family in action.
Now,
Vacation.
Right. See, they think they're slick. Now we got to go back a little bit. See, a lot of times when I be broadcasting these Senate hearings, I broadcast them for a reason. Remember, what's his name? Robert F. Kennedy, whatever is Jr. RFK Jr. Remember, he was talking about rehoming black children.
Yeah. I swore he didn't say that.
Right. You got to pay attention. Got to pay attention. How long was y'all gonna stay? How long is they gonna have their vacation for? Until the child they from what? Until they could rehome the child. Huh?
Takes money for vacation.
Okay.
And I think one of the things that's happened, I don't want to use the word lazy, but I'll just say we've gotten really lazy because one of the things that we've
Wait a
done
minute.
culturally.
Who was we?
Who? I heard Angry Man say that the other day about y'all black women. Y'all are some of the most laziest people on this planet. I just heard Angry Man say that a couple of days ago.
And again, that person is always right. So you find a solution. Get with men then.
Absolutely. I want to welcome to the platform, young Reyes. How you doing there, brother? How you doing?
I'm doing good though, man. How are you?
No complaints. No complaints at all. What can your thoughts so far?
My thoughts
Greetings.
though, this is greetings too. So yeah, my thoughts is this is very interesting, man, what you guys just said and stuff like that. I'm just gonna listen a little more and maybe I can offer a little more. But for
Sure.
now, based on what you guys just said, found it very interesting though, man. And yeah.
Ready? All right. Again, thank you. And anytime you want to chime in, just let me know. But let's go.
Okay.
Is that we assume that, well, there's a problem and there's a program to solve it.
Yeah.
But what is missing is the people part of the solution. So what we actually need are people who are willing to get on the ground, to roll up their sleeves and say, we're going to show you all in our own family life what it's like to have a marriage that is thriving, not perfect, right? But works, and we want to see this. So I'll give a quick.
Well, maybe I'm wrong, sir, but Barack and Michelle Obama was the perfect example. Am I missing something, y'all? Am I missing something?
And you had 8 years to see it.
Right, 8 years in the public eye, no scandals. Children went to school and graduated from what? College.
Oh, okay. You have a point though, man. I'll even admit this though, man. Like I'm in the UK type thing. I'll admit, under his presidency, right? The UK was under a stable period, like UK declined in 2008, but they had a stable period though until 2016 to 19, because it's like the UK is in further, collapse now, But I'll even admit, under, what you guys just said, I'll admit where I'm at, bruh, it was kind of stable.
And that's not only where you were at. It was during the Obama era. There,
Yeah,
young Reyes. It was stable all over the world. It was.
yeah, yeah,
It was
but there's a lot of conflict too. But I kind
yeah.
of agree with you.
Right. Right. There's always going to be conflict, no matter what, because as the former president said, a lot of things that some of the things that he set up to do was unfinished. And as he said, he made some decisions. He made some bad decisions. Again, will Trump ever say that? I know we're not taking it. We're not going to turn it to the Trump Obama comparison, but a lot of times, Well, okay, you're only missing Jennifer Anderson. Well, okay, a lot of people say that the former president had an affair with Jennifer Anderson. That changed the overall aspect of who the man was. Was it proven? It's a fair. If it's true, that's a fair critique. But as they say, he who without sin, let him cast the first stone.
Yeah, but I was gonna say though, what I was gonna add to that as well. You know what they also say? You don't call out or demean other people's sins because you yourself commit worse sins than the actual person, and
Right.
that can be exposed too. Yes, there's a difference between righteous judging and you just judge. Of course, you have to judge, but you have to have all the facts and the credible witnesses and everything. But I don't judge, but I call it perspective. Of course, there's righteous judgment, but instead I call call it perspective. I give my thoughts, my perspectives, opinions type thing, but I don't judge because the only one to judge is God. However, I kind of agree with you on that. Of course, it's the correlate stuff though as well, but make
Right.
sure it's credible, So
Right.
that's why I wait until everything happens.
Right, and again, I do that a lot too. Again, a lot of folks say that what was going on with wasn't true, and I'm going to lean to the side of that it absolutely wasn't true, because just as easily as they made up the birther thing about him, they could have made up anything about him. I think that if anything, there was any credibility to that story, as much as they hound the former president, as much as they hound the former first lady, I think a story like that would have been broke. But anyway, let's get away from that and get on back to what we were doing here.
Story. I was still am mentoring this young man. I guess I shouldn't say young man now because he's almost 40. I met him when he was in high school. He was in 10th grade. His dad was a drug dealer, was incarcerated. He was on track to he was headed straight to prison. He was good at it too. He made so much money, his mom would steal his drug money, right? That's how much money he made. And so, we would go to Denny's and eat and things like that. And then one day I took him home to my family for Thanksgiving. And it was the first time in his life he saw a basic Norman Rockwell painting, but it was all black people. And it completely changed his life. I didn't know.
Well, let me ask you. Y'all know I wasn't going to pass that up. So while you're away from your parents, you was the dope boy's best friend, right? Y'all caught that, right?
I'm still with the painting. I'm just with the painting.
Well, go ahead. Tell me what you think about the painting. Tell them about the gun line, boss.
He said that changed his life.
One painting.
Yeah. Now I can't wait to hear how, but okay.
The painting that was on the wall. That's Jesus. Or wonder what painting was it?
That's called anecdotal fabrication, you all.
Basically, a big fat
So
lie.
basically what it is, let me tell you something, Mr. DJ Music. My life changed when I met so-and-so and so-and-so. And I was able to, minister to them that my life was changed and stuff. And their lives were changed as such a thing. This is called anecdotal fabrication. So basically, they're giving you some fake story of how someone came to their house, and as if somebody in their 30s and 40s. I had to go look it up with Norman Rockwell. Like we really are sitting around thinking about Norman Rockwell. The things that we would think about in Black culture would not be Norman Rockwell. He's saying
wouldn't be Norman. Right.
That he's with right now.
Right.
He's
Norman Rockwell.
Audience. Who's Norman Rockwell? Okay, so I looked up. He's a painter.
Yeah.
So let me think. Most Black people, when we hear things, when we talk about Black family, we talk about the Cosby Show.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We talk about
good times.
Her father and his mother and her stepmother. We talk about stuff like that.
Yeah.
We don't talk about a painting. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I 100%, and you're absolutely right. It's just a matter of a generational thing. Y'all generations, okay, y'all think about the Cosby Show. My generation, we think about Good Times and the Jeffersons. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So basically, that's a false validation for social proof that, hey, when people see certain things,
it changes their entire life.
It changes their entire life.
And
that's not always true. But
right. Now there are some certain situations to where what's the word that I'm looking for, that you can have an epiphany. Am I using that right? Epiphany about something that you see and you went and you took it to heart, and because of that one particular thing that you saw, let me go ahead. Or you read something, or if you look at something. But I don't think going over to your partner's house, seeing a Norman Rockwell picture, and you stop and ask your friend, who that?
I'm gonna get married now.
Yeah, I'm getting married.
So let's see what he's saying. I don't know.
That shit wanted me to make me wanted to get married and stop letting my mama steal my dope money.
This is going to happen. It was the first time he saw Mom at one end of the table, dad at the other end of the table, cutting that dry turkey, right? With all the fixings, and everyone's talking and he's praying, all this sort of stuff. And I remember JJ was like,
Yeah.
and he was like, I want that.
Yeah.
Like, I want that. So what would it really mean for us if we're
Was your sister in the room?
really serious about this, to not just outsource the programming or outsource the teaching, but to actually personally want to get involved and invite people into our homes, in our communities, to see it live and it's sort of in person and in action to sort of.
You know, Sandy, I don't know if he did or not. He said JJ. He sure did. He said JJ. He sure did. But I don't know if Norman Rockwell painted black people or not. I don't believe he did. I won't say that for sure, you know, because, you know, he might have some sketches that he might have did some flyby sketches. But yeah, Prism, he did say JJ. He sure did. He called the person by name.
He did say that. Okay.
Cultivate a real affection for it and affinity.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Which lets you know that he is lying, because let's think about this for a second. But let me say this. So when I just looked up Norman Rockwell, he did paint black people. He did do a lot of paintings on civil rights and social justice type of things. And one of the paintings that he did, ironically, was white men and a little black schoolgirl walking behind him. So.
Okay. Yeah, I do remember that one. Now that you think of it, now, you know, I had to refresh my memory. I do remember. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of his paintings used to end up like on the Saturday Evening Post or something like that. More satirical type paintings. I'm not exactly sure, but I think so. Go ahead, Prism.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to, I like art, so I will probably dig into him. But it does say that he received the Presidential Medal of Freedom, and which is, of course, you know, one of the Americans' highest civilian honor. But it does say that he did paint a whole lot of different things with civil rights paintings. So yeah.
Yes. Yeah, so again, you learned something new for those of you who didn't know that, because I heard of the name Norman Rockwell.
That's been interesting, you know.
I
didn't even know.
See, solution. I should change this to the solution-based show. Should I?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
All right. I was just asking. But welcome. I'm not sure how to say your name, so I'll take a guess at it. Clad Key 209. Welcome.
For it, a longing for this as an aspiration, right? We take kids to go to visit businesses all the time.
And colleges.
And colleges.
College for all. We need marriage
right?
for all.
College visits, right? We do business visits. Come to the NFL thing and come look at that. We take them to prison. Don't do that. We take them to all these places.
Yeah.
But we don't take them into people's homes to see it and experience. I mean, this idea that you can just take.
Hell, I wouldn't want some of them criminals in my house any damn way.
Right. Let you know where I live. For what?
Right, nigga. I'm gonna meet you at the park, all right? I'm sorry. But
What
listen,
the world?
better live chicken than a dead duck sometime. I'm sorry, but you don't want everybody knowing where you live.
Right.
Yeah.
No.
A man who's never seen a marriage, doesn't know how marriage works, to give him a 6-week program and say you're good is like ridiculous.
Yeah.
Right? And this is something middle class people take for granted. When you were raised in a home, you watch your parents work through marriage for 18 years. You get an 18-year tutorial on that institution, and then you go out and form your own families, right? And so insofar in churches, if churches were willing to not just open their doors, but open their homes to people who are struggling and need a sort of worldview shift on the institution of marriage, I think that really would move the ball forward in a deep way that will be sustainable and will introduce some resilience.
That's good. I want to leave some time for Q&A. Martin, I'll let you have the last word here. Talk to us a little bit about what a more pro-marriage and pro-family culture would look like, right? If you want to touch on the church, if there are other institutions, you know, what if you want to touch on legacy civil rights institutions, right? The sort of the leadership class that talks so much about the importance of equity and opportunity. What would that look like? So you can close this out, and then we'll go to Q&A.
Again, I think it goes back to policies have moral underpinnings, and those moral underpinnings must be eternal and intrinsic. They must be things that you can't touch, see, or feel. Things that are that only come from a creator, and things that are.
But there's only a few things out there, as you say, that you can't see. You know the wind is there, but can you see it unless there's a dust storm?
I agree with you. You know what I'm gonna tell you though, bruh. I actually believe in, I'm not, since I'm Muslim, I also believe not just in the unseen, like in jinns and all of that. I actually believe ghosts exist and stuff. I'm a believer. I've been believing ghosts exist. There's many examples. You can't see air, it exists. You can't see a molecule with your bare eyes though. Your eyes, right? You can't see molecules though with your bare eyes though, right? But they all exist. But you can't see things. Just because things you can't see don't mean they don't exist. They exist, but human eyes is not designed to see certain things.
Absolutely, because even the colors that you see, folks, are not the true representations of the colors that it really are. We all think that grass is green outside, but to some things, grass is not green. We all think that we see yellow flowers, but to some things, that flower is not yellow.
Yeah. Also, the sun though, right? It's not actually yellow. It's just basically it's actually white. It's just that from Earth's perspective, it looks yellow or orange. So it's just, in space, it's white. Yeah, I agree.
It is white. Absolutely.
Are immutable. Things that will empower you and that only somebody can give you, but the government can't. The government can't give you motivation. The government can't give you identity. The government can't give you a sense of purpose and meaning in life, but a dad can. And so how do we transition from the external to the eternal? And I think that it starts with the church, and it starts with the prophetic voices. Right now we're listening to, the prophetic voices of America, I guess, are Joe Rogan and Stephen A. Smith. And
what?
Stephen A. Smith. Now I know damn well you're not gonna take that one sitting down, but he's right though. Stephen A.
is right.
He is right.
Yeah.
Stephen A. Smith is an idiot.
But those are if we think about it in a very I don't want to say minuscule, but let's think about it in this way. Who are the prophetic voices that we're listening to? We're hearing who? We're hearing people like, and then this is not a slap in the face of people, but it could be too. Angry Man.
Go ahead and slap. That's a slap.
Crimson Cure.
Slap her.
Double slap.
Straight smoke.
Who are the big mouths?
Jay Prince. What bitch?
Jason Whitlock.
What bitch?
And we know that Delano Squires started with messing around with the black, the Blaze, Jason Whitlock, and all these people.
Yes.
So we have to think about who are the big mouths. Dennis Furling.
Slap him.
Obsidian.
Slap him.
Tommy Suckemeyer.
Uppercut his ass. Uppercut him.
We start thinking low tier voices and people trying to make their rise. We know who they are. I don't want to get into it. Some of these people are going to take it offensively, but we know who they are.
Not so light.
You said what?
Not so light. Is the light outside? It's all right.
I'm gonna let you go ahead and I have some very strong opinions about some of the liars on YouTube. But go ahead.
We're gonna finish this up and then we're gonna go into our liar portion, right?
Ooh. Okay. Um,
You know, rather than the people who are speaking truth, like Dr. Bradley, like yourself, like others. And I'm going to put a comma here and pause for a moment.
Please do.
We had the privilege of preliminarily reading your book. It's prophetic. And if I could purchase that book and give it to not just everyone in this room, but every congressman, every politician, every pastor, it would change our culture. You'd pull no punches. And, you know, we spoke earlier about needing bodyguards and things, but the reality is that you're speaking truth where it needs to be spoken when no one else is, when everybody else is playing church and not living church, as Dr. Bradley mentioned. We've got to have prophetic voices that do that. Yeah. So thank you for doing it with your book.
Absolutely.
Lastly, and again, just to close, I would say that the church has got to not only speak that truth, but live that truth, as Dr. Bradley so eloquently.
You know, God said unto me that I had to come and preach this sermon to you Negroes about the goodness of God and how important it is because of these 4 black men on the stage that said, y'all niggas got to get married. Or we gonna cut off them damn stamps.
And Al Green said it too. Let's get married today.
Let's get married. And we already got a song for you. We're going to use Larry Graham. When we get married, we're going to have us a great big celebration. We're going to send the invitations to all our friends and relations. And we going to have a ball. Dancing and all. When we get married. And then you can run up to your friends, as that old phrase in, I's married now.
He said, we've got to model it, and so people can see the truth that changes us.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And as we transition to Q&A, I just wanted to say one thing. The title of this event is called Invisible Men. And as I said, Father's Day is coming up. And to Dr. Bradley's point, right, to everyone's point, actually, fathers play such a critical role in the lives of their children. And the point of the book, because I know some people will see the subtitle, they'll see welfare and feminism, and they'll make conclusions. But I'm not trying to adjudicate the gender war between men and women. I wrote the book because my position is that family policy and family culture should be primarily about the needs and rights of children, not the desire.
Stop it there for a second. So why did he say that he was not trying to adjudicate, make judgment on the gender war that is going on in social media? Does that let y'all know anything?
That means exactly what he's doing.
That's exactly what he's doing.
That's exactly what he's doing.
Let me tell you something. So I'm gonna let him finish because I want to go into this whole. We cannot begin to talk about the Heritage Foundation without talking about Manifest Destiny and talking about the 7 Mountain Theories that has been around in the evangelical churches for years. Lance Wallano, Charlie Shamp, Dominionism. I can throw out so many names, okay, that have been pushing this Manifest Destiny, this whole 7 Mountain Theory for years. And this Heritage Foundation has been around, I believe, since the 70s, Mr. DJ?
70, I think like 73, I do believe is when they were founded, somewhere like 73. Yes.
So when I talk to Mr. DJ Music, I never come without history. So this type of this is not, for someone to say this is prophetic, is very anti-Christ. It's almost demonic. It's almost blasphemous for you to say that something that you are doing. And see, Delano Squires reminds me of these type of cultish type of leaders that, like Brian Karn. I'm gonna throw names out there. Okay, some people know who Brian Karn is. If you think about some of the leaders, like what's the other guy? The guy that made the people drink Kool-Aid.
Jim Jones.
wounds, if you think about all of these type of mindsets, this man right here, absolutely, Miss Char, we about to go there. So Delano Squires has some sort of fake, and I hate to call people out, he has some old fake mission that he feels like whatever God he serves has given him for his generation. You know, he feels like he's some sort of what the church would call a Joshua to his generation, that he's trying to restore and bring cultural revitalization of the Black family. And, you know, if my people are called by my name type of ministry through his books and his conversation. And now he's enveloped himself into this conversation by bringing in one of the most heretical, hateful, demonic entities like the Heritage Foundation.
Okay.
So I'm gonna leave that part there, and you can start again.
All righty. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing I can say about that except push play.
Desires of adults, and that children have a right to the affection, protection, connection, correction, and direction of their mother and father, the one man and one woman who created them, and that right is best exercised in a loving, low conflict, safe and secure home with a married mom and dad. That is the purpose of this project. That is the purpose of this work. And that is a subset of the work that we do, actually a cornerstone of the work that we do at the Heritage Foundation. And that's why it was important to have this discussion. So thank you, panelists. Would you give the panelists a round of applause, please?
Before I go any further, welcome to the show and the chat room there, Angelica. El Boogie said, that's got to be jam because jelly don't shake like that. Give yourself a round of applause. Well, these niggas is doing it.
And we have about 8 minutes for Q&A. So questions? We got a few. Several.
Now, I want y'all to understand something. I've seen this already. So I want y'all to pay close attention to the person that's asking the question and the type question that she asked.
Wherever you want to start.
Forgot you have to hold the mic. Hello, Delano.
Hello.
Congratulations. Very
Thank you.
proud of you here at Heritage. I have a lot of questions, but I can corner you on some of them.
Yeah, you can do that.
And ask the panelists. So you mentioned the culture. I think that has a huge part to play. I'm wondering, I think the culture has kind of gone downhill for Black communities, white communities, our music, our movies. You know, you mentioned the Cosby Family, but even the sitcoms
Wait,
now, the
sorry, I
dad
was
is
gonna
kind of
say,
the joke.
Mr. DJ, I was gonna say, you know, the thing that I don't like is was blaming the music team. Yeah, music has a role to it, but in a way, though, what made the music inspire to be that way is the environmental factors, you know? Yeah, because when it comes to music, music is just expressing, you know, the voice for, you know, the environmental aspects.
Yes.
So I can't always blame the music.
Art imitating life, because I've done enough interviews of artists over the years. Ray asked that most of them say that most of the music comes from real life experiences, what they've experienced.
Yeah, I agree, bro. That's what I was just trying to tell you. Just like this, you know, guys, basically like, you know, if UK Grime, for example, Grime was created for like inner city kids in London who felt like not connected to hip hop. They liked hip hop, but they didn't feel too connected, right? And, you know, not to the rave scene type thing, like garage, jungle, drum and bass type thing. They didn't feel connection. So what they had to do, those guys, when they created Grime, though, right? It's like basically, though, speaking on their environmental factors and what they grew up, and it's like, you know, a deep thing, though, right? You know, under council estate, because you know, by the time those garage OGs, the jungle guys, all of them, right? By the time, you know, they made a lot of money and they left the estate, so they don't know what it's actually life is really like down the estate no more, you know. So
yeah, I get exactly what you're saying. A lot of the folks, you know, they make their money, and they leave the culture, but they still complain about the culture. I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, some of the grime guys as well, right? There's like 30, 40-year-old men in the bottom tier of the scene, right? You get bottom tier guys still complaining about the scene, though, about, oh, like, the younger guys, if they don't do it the way they did it, then they're not a part of the scene, no, at all, But
Yeah.
and some of those 30, 40-year-old men, you know what they do? They actually were talented back then, but what they did is waste their time on useless things, though, right? Instead of using their talent for useful things, what they did was they just wasted it. And then in their older age, 30s, 40s, right, they just sit on a podcast all day complaining about the scene and saying, oh, the young, talent and doing this and that. And I actually wonder, though, why, if they keep doing that, right? Some of these younger guys can battle them as much as they want, but then at some point they get tired, they get drained, and they decide to leave.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't disagree with that at all. I want to welcome to the panel down there in the listening lounge, Rogue C. How you doing? How you doing? I think she has a stream called Lover Girl Rogue C. For all of you folks that has channels.
Shout out to Rogue C.
And different streams. I can't. I'm not on YouTube, so I can't make you a member. But if you want to drop your link into the stream over there, and folks, please, anyone that's down here that has a stream, if you want to like, share, and subscribe it, and check them out there. And if you're over there, drop a few coins on a few of them if you don't mind too. All right.
All right, cool.
He's the
that makes
punchline
sense,
of
though,
every sitcom. But particularly, I'll ask the hard question, like rap music seems to be particularly violent, degrading. At least, Caucasian communities have country. There's Darius Rucker, but
no, that thing though.
Maybe she don't know who Hootie and the Blowfish is, or maybe she don't understand that Darius Rucker is a black man that just happens to sing country music, or maybe she don't know the historical roots of country music. It's not unusual that we loaned y'all something and y'all took it over, or y'all think y'all were the creators of it. White folks, let me drop you in on something. You did not create country music.
Exactly. Just like they didn't create rock, though. They just basically took it.
And
they did not create rock or country, so I agree with that.
Absolutely.
They're just basically the majority right now because they just, took it and then made it their thing, and then they decided, and that type thing. So yeah, I kind of get you on that aspect, Of course, I was also going to tell you though, right? In the UK, there's also a South Asian, rap scene as well. But you know what they do? They do collab with the main scene as well, right? They do, but sometimes they're doing their own thing. But when they're doing their thing though, bro, they just explain their aspect on what they're doing and what, kind of similar type experience, but more of their perspective type thing. Of course, if you ask them who they inspired them, they'll always give props and credit though. So like, both of the scenes collab and stuff.
Again, like you said, Reyes, when they give props and credits, and if you look deep enough to the props and credits, a lot of the rock musicians will say, I owe the Rolling Stones my whole career. But if it not been for folks like, let me see, Little Richard,
Jimi Hendrix.
Right, Jimi Hendrix. If it not been for folks like Muddy Waters, the Rolling Stones wouldn't even have a name. So for the historical content, for those you didn't know, the Rolling Stones, the band, their name came from a Muddy Waters song called Rolling Stones.
Yeah, I agree though. Just like basic when it comes to hip hop as well. All of the UK guys, you know what they do? They give props to, who originated the genre type. And when you ask them who inspired them, they'll always tell you though what they grew up with and what they listened to. So based on what you're saying though and what you explained though, I agree with that.
Yeah. Let's continue here. It's about to wind this up here. I wanted to hear you guys hear these questions and answers.
Okay.
Country seems to promote that marriage family culture. How did it get so that direction in the black culture? Like, where did rap music become so, like when I grew up, it wasn't necessarily pervasive that it was violent. I don't know. It just seems different now. I mean, I turn on popular music and I can't listen to it because it's so pervasive.
Okay, but you can listen to guys like, let me take your song back to the 80s. You could listen to a guy that his opening lyrics was, she's just 16 years old. Leave her alone, they say. You're talking about a grown man, 30-some years old, singing about sneaking into somebody's room, snatching a young 16-year-old out of his room, and having his way with her and taking her back. But you could listen to that. You could listen to a Kid Rock song. You could listen to what's his name, Ozzy Osbourne, "Bat Out of Hell," or matter of fact, you could listen to Guns N' Roses, and one of their more prominent songs, they use Jewish and they use niggas.
Yeah, that makes sense though. You know, basically, though, right? I'll tell you something interesting as well. For South Asian, that means that the first ever one to be properly taken serious of British-born Pakistani origin, though, right? Of mine, no, basically, this guy named Pac-Man, right? He's the first, like, of course, though, there were many before him, but he's the first one, though, right? In 2005, right? The one that look, among my origin, bruh, to be taken seriously like that, But I know who started it and everything like that and everything. But if you're talking about, Pakistani origin, first one is Pac-Man to be taken seriously though on his aspect though.
Right. There's a big difference really as in giving and copying something, because as they say, flattery, they say imitation is the best form of flattery.
Yeah.
So there's nothing wrong with imitating what someone does.
Or influencing.
On someone influencing what you do. There's nothing wrong with that. But we're talking about clear instances of people not want to give credit where credit's due. In this case,
okay, yeah, I understand the context of what you meant, though. I agree with you, but I was just giving one example of, ones that done it properly, right? With Pat, he talked about that he from South London. He grew up in he grew up single mother. Most Pakistani people expect 2 pounds. Some Pakistanis are actually then the UK come from single mother homes and stuff. So he was talking about that and everything. And that lifestyle and everything. But based on that, though, also to go back to your point as well, though, what you explained, though, I agree with you as well. Yeah, the examples you gave, those are examples of people who just, did it, but they don't give credit back. So, I agree with that.
Absolutely.
And the women rappers, too. I mean, it's really, I find it quite offensive. So I'm wondering, how do we turn that around?
Okay, so you didn't mind when Britney Spears was saying, "Hit me, baby, one more time." Oh, baby. You didn't mind that didn't bother you, did it?
Yeah.
Mr. DJ Music, you're so silly.
Huh?
So I'm a slave for you. Yeah. I was a Britney girl, so I like Britney. So I'm a slave for you.
Right. That didn't bother them, did it? Right. I'm sorry, but I got to call it out.
Can I tell you what this sounds like to me?
Sure.
It sounds like the white mistress getting angry because her husband is fetishizing Black women and want them to put their clothes on and cut all their hair off and put a scarf on their head so that he's not desiring them.
Oh, okay.
That's what it sounds like to me. But I mean, I could be wrong.
No, because the mere fact that she's trying to make comparisons, I think the Britney Spears was a perfect comparison, because was they not sexualizing her?
But Britney gets on IG right now and she sexualizes herself. And let's not we can probably go back even further than her.
Mm-hmm.
About the type of people that came out. Where did this whole the seduction come from? Like it's okay for them to show up any kind of way that they want to, but it's not okay for Meg or Sexy Red or any of those women to show up the way that they want to.
Okay, now
that makes sense though. I kind of agree with you on that too. There's a hypocritical truth I was gonna tell you though. Like, look, I like to wear my bandanas and stuff, right? But you see white boys though, right? White folks though, right? It's okay for them to wear it, but me, because I'm brown skin, South Asian or whatever, right? I'm brown though, right? And if I wear it, it's a problem. I don't care. Why is it a problem? Because What? Because I'm brown, and if a brown person wear it, they think that I'm up to something.
Right.
Right. And again, we see there's a couple of examples of women that they could name. So I'm just going to say one thing, and they should shut it up. All y'all talking about, it's just the culture, it's the black culture. The very thing that y'all say y'all don't want on our black women, where did the name come from? Daisy Dukes. Who is that? Who is Daisy Dukes? Anybody know?
No.
The
No.
little white girl from the Dukes of Hazzard used to run around with booty shorts on.
Yeah, right, but with them as well, though, bro. When you
That's
mention
what
that,
it,
when they mention, yeah, I can't. Sorry, I was gonna also tell them as well. They're mentioning this and that about what goes on in the rap stuff. Oh, but they're highlighting the negative parts. But if there's something positive, they will never highlight that.
right, absolutely. So you every what I think every Friday night at 8 p.m. the very first image that you saw on the was Daisy Dukes, just a good old boy, and she run across the screen half naked with a red shirt tied up. But that didn't bother anyone. That was not over sexualizing. That wasn't sexy to them. But let a
Yeah.
black woman run across the screen. Now, again, am I in full agreement with the way I see some of these women dressed? That ain't my business. You're not in my charts. I can't
Not
tell you how
mine
to.
either, bro.
But
Look,
hey,
I can feel what I feel, but at the same time, no, bro, I'm focused on me, though,
right,
Because, look, my whole point, though, is, look, I have to, what I need to do, though? All I have to do is lower my gaze. That's why I always encourage, lower your gaze, though, because what you see is what you think. So
not me.
if
I'm
you
gonna
don't
look.
want to think them thoughts, though, lower your gaze. But I'm
Look,
talking about a general thing. But based
right,
on what you're saying, I get you as well. I'm
right.
not directing at nobody.
Right.
So it's not sexualizing when Jason Derulo comes up there and takes off his shirt, or Chris Brown, or
Of
you know
course it is.
grinding. She didn't bring
Mhm.
up any of them at
Right,
all. You know what I'm
right.
saying? She didn't bring up Chris. She didn't bring up Jason Derulo. She didn't bring up any of those type of guys at all. But she's definitely talking about black women. I'm trying to figure out why are black women the target here.
Right. You know why it is.
Okay, I know why it is, but I think that's a deeper discussion that a lot of black women need to think about.
Yeah, y'all need to have
Yeah,
that.
that makes sense
I'm,
though, actually.
I'm,
I was
I'm,
also gonna tell you this though as well, Mr. DJ Music as well. For example, gigs as well. Gigs is formula nowadays though is the standard formula thing. Back then though when he was doing it, literally though they were trying to shut him down because he was just speaking about his truth about where he grew up and everything, and they didn't want to actually show that. What he had to do? He had to keep fighting, fighting, fighting until they had no choice but to respect him.
right,
Literally because of his background, right? There used to be a form in the UK that to amend it, it's called Form 696. So, that form, right, was like racist type thing. Feds, just targeted him so much because, yeah, he used to live that lifestyle, but then he left it. But they keep trying to shut his shows down.
right. Well, again, someone asked that question the other day. Should you mention someone's passing, especially when it comes to that? And again, sometimes I don't think that you have a choice because if you try to run away from your past, somebody might be there to remind you of it. So again, I think they were talking about whether some of the content creators that might have changed up their content a little bit. And hey, it's all well and good. If you used to think one way at one time and think another way at another time, that's all well and good. But don't act like that we forgot that you was in the He-Man Woman Haters Club at one time or the other. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I kind of agree with you on that based on that. But the guy I just made example. Basically, he's still him no matter what. But based on that, he's not living that lifestyle no more.
Right,
But
right,
back then, right in his early days, yeah, he lived there. But then at one point, once he started making it in music, that's when he left that lifestyle. And he was like the style he pioneered and stuff like that. Though, bro, he was so hard back then that even his own enemies had to rate him because the format and the style he was trying to make and push, right, actually though connected with him in a way, because they lived a similar life, but they didn't like each other like that.
right,
But even if they didn't like him, they respected what he was doing, and eventually, those same people that didn't like him no more, some of them actually started becoming cool with him.
right, right. And let's continue here. Let's continue.
All right,
Here's some more.
continue.
hear some more of what she's going to jump on Black woman about. Here we go.
Like, why can't they rap about families and marriage and children and athletes too? I mean, again, it kind of addresses the whole culture. Do you see the difference in the Black community versus the white community at all, or is it?
So I'll say this. So I have an entire chapter. It's chapter 8. It's called Reject Destructive Media, and I start with. It's a name some of you may have heard of, but many probably have not. Her name is C. Dolores Tucker, civil rights activist. She's passed away now, but she was on a crusade in the early 1990s against gangster rap and the types of degrading imagery and lyrics that it put out, particularly around Black women. What I say in that chapter, and this goes back to something Dr. Bradley was talking about in terms of the Cosby effect, is that you can't sow Snoop Dogg and reap the Cosby Show. Now, how we got there is a long and complicated story.
Well, that's awful funny there, Delano, because, I mean, you can't get no whiter when you own that. What's the lady that cooked? You can't get no whiter than that. Snoop Dogg and her is best friends. What's the lady's name that cooked? What's her lady's name?
Martha.
Martha Stewart, yeah. You can't get, so if, what do you mean? If Martha Stewart and Snoop Dogg can get together, why can't Snoop Dogg and somebody else get together? That don't make no sense.
Mr. DJ, Mr. DJ Music, what was she reading from her phone?
I think so. It looked like it.
Oh,
Was this
yeah,
a
might have.
So
Yeah,
was this a setup, a plant in the audience type of thing? Where
Yeah, that's what I thought there, Prism. When I was looking at this, I went onto the site where they were broadcasting it, and as soon as I thought about it, I'm thinking to myself, of all the questions, why would this be the first one? And it's not, to me, it's not more than it's not really a question. It's more of an accusatory kind of thing. But
Yeah.
but the thing is, she said the whole culture.
The whole culture,
The
not
whole
part of the whole culture.
Our whole culture, you guys, is Black women walking around shaking and twerking, and being partially unclothed.
Mhm.
And basically, that's the whole culture for Black women.
That's what she just said.
Basically,
Wow.
that's what we are.
Yeah, and basically then talking about this and that, why can't they rap about this and that? How about this though? Go support the people who actually do it. Can't make people not do what they don't want to do, It's up to them to make that decision if they wanted to. And also
Right.
based on that though, what you guys explained, though, I agree with you, And also that is kind of hypocritical on her end type thing, You're just highlighting all the negatives though. If all the negatives though that she's trying to, I understand, but I'm just saying about her, she's just highlighting what she perceives as negative, right? Well, how about you
No.
highlight the positive type thing? But I don't know, to
But
be
it's
honest.
right.
What do I know?
She's a plant.
What do I?
She's a
no,
What do
plant.
I know?
She's a plant. She's a plant.
Okay,
She is
she's a
there.
plant.
Yes.
She's
Yeah,
a
she's
plant.
not
But
real.
look,
No.
okay,
And the
I'm
reason
sorry,
why
my bad though. But what do I know?
the reason why I say that is because just looking at her, you can kind of gauge to what era that she lives in. So and it would have been easier for her to say, you know what, I remember when rock and roll used to be a real cesspool. I remember the day of the hair bands and all of this stuff, but it's calmed down a little bit. But for her to say, why didn't she equate the rock and roll culture to the entire white culture? Whereas
Yeah.
she equated the debauchery that we see in the music industry to an entire culture. Entire.
Yeah. I agree with you. Sorry, my bad though. But I'm just saying, what do I know type thing. But anyways, you guys are right though in a way. I just know what I know. But based on what you guys explain, though, that makes sense actually. That's just
Look at that audience. That's a very odd audience.
Listen, I hate to say it, but I don't. The only spooks I see is the one on stage. And wait a minute, another one about to come up. I'll show you. Hold on.
Story. I mean, there's such a rich cultural tradition of Black music, whether Negro spirituals, gospel, jazz, blues, rhythm and blues, soul music, funk music. And then even with hip hop, it didn't start off in that particular direction, but I think there were financial incentives, there were cultural incentives, there was the breakdown of the family. So guys were, in some respects, rapping about what it is they saw, but a big part of it was,
in some respects, rapping about what they saw.
how much money they could make by degrading their own community. And to this day, the music has actually gotten worse.
Have y'all ever really taken the time to listen to some of these country song lyrics? She had a country badonkadonk. What's the difference? She had a big ass, man. We listen to a country song. It's got someone done shot my wife, my dog died, or I'm chewing some tobacco hanging out the window of a pickup truck. We like baseball, hot dogs, apple pie, and shooting our wives. Yes, you do, Tammy. See, again, Tammy, well, there's always someone that will come up here and say, you don't hear that. Well, maybe you don't listen to it.
Yeah, you have a point though, actually, So yeah, that makes sense.
Tammy, maybe you don't listen to it, but I can go pull up plenty of rock and roll lyrics where gunplay is prevalent, quite prevalent.
Yeah, I agree. I can actually name, there are many, when I just gave an example, there are many South Asian guys though who actually live that street lifestyle though. And they're, of course, though, they'll add in their cultural experience, their cultural stuff though in it or whatever, but they're still gonna actually rap what they live, from where I'm from, bruh. They're still gonna do the exact same thing in a way, but it's a little different though,
No,
'Cause
hold on, young man.
continue.
Oh,
Continue, my bad.
no disrespect there, Tammy, but Kurt Cobain killed himself. What's worse? See, you don't want to really come in here with that. You don't want to come in here trying to play the musical instruments or the musical chairs with me. I don't know. I don't think Justin Bieber killed anyone. Has LL Cool J killed anybody?
No.
Did
Amy Winehouse, she wanted to go to rehab, but
right?
no.
Amy Winehouse wrote a whole song about it. Matter of fact, there is a list dedicated to young white musicians, rock stars in particular. It's called the 27 list. Go find out who owned it, Tammy, and find out why they're on it. It's you guys coming here with these answers, acting like we don't have a counterpoint to your point. We do. And it's not to point fingers at these folks. It's just to say that what these guys are pointing out, talking about music is the main vehicle. Yes, this as our community, is there some bad music? I don't agree with drill music. I don't play it. Some folks say they like it. I don't play it.
Yeah, I stopped. To be honest though, drill kind of declined in 2023. The only reason though why it became like mainstream prominence thing though, bruh, is because you know what we went through during that period, right? It's actually pent up anger during that period. That's why partly though it actually, became, a mainstream genre.
No. Again, there, Tammy. It's actually to be quite honest with you, I don't really have to do research to deal with you. I don't think you're ready for this league that you're about to jump into. This is not the B League over here, Tammy.
Yeah.
This is not the Satoma League here, Tammy. You're going to deal with grown men and grown women over here that will point out you wrong. So if you would like me to, Tammy, you can drop the link. Last time you said you weren't in a position to grab the link, but you're more than happy to grab it now. And
Well,
you can
hold on, Mr. D. Of course not, Tammy. Nobody said that Kurt Cobain killed anyone, but you do have a lot of people that glorify drugs and glorify serial killers. Like don't let me bring up Marilyn Manson and all of these type of people. And we're not going to even talk about some of the 80s or 90s white rap artists and stuff. Let's talk about Cypress Hill and some of the stuff that was going on with these people. Like, I know music, and that's one thing you're not going to play a game with me on.
Exactly. And
You're
believe me,
Yep.
no, Miss Lady. When it comes to music, you're not going to play with nobody on this panel. I can tell you that right now. Good,
Yeah.
bad, indifferent. You're not, especially me. I can't talk about everybody else. But I know the folks up on this panel, when I speak on music, they generally know what I'm talking about.
Exactly. Look, I'll give you this example. So he's South Asian, but this is what he rap about. He blends that, but actually he raps about that street lifestyle because he actually grew up in that kind of thing. So based on that, kind of agree with you on what you guys are saying.
Right. Well, again, we can address no disrespect there, but Tammy, of course, you're always going to have pushback to what you believe in. Is there's ain't shitness on both sides of the coin, and that's what we're trying to point out to you. You want to come
Okay.
up here playing right, Tammy, you came in here to point the finger at. See, they're right, but we're trying to tell you, in some cases, they are right about what they said when they point out the debauchery, but they act like it don't exist over here when it clearly does. And I'm not trying to scare you.
Oh, here we go with that foolishness.
Yeah, you can hit the link.
I got a link for you. Give me a second.
Right. You want one of them
Let me
Roger
give
Wood?
you a link. I want to give you a link. Give you a link. Give you a link.
Wait. Is this? How about this one? How about this one? How about I use this one right here, Shaw?
This year, I lived by one word. TSIDDAHN. That spells sit down.
Tammy, go sit down somewhere, because you're gonna lose coming up here. All right. I got one that'll roast you from this side of the mountain, and then I got another one that will roast you from this side of the mountain. So if you think you can handle the pressure, well, you like to come down, you like to come and talk. This is the second time I've seen you. So anybody that has some pushback with something, I think that I'd like to give you the opportunity to come up here and give you some of the pushback. How about that? Am I wrong?
That's enough of Tammy.
Okay. All right, then. All right, Tammy. Wait a minute. I got one more thing for you. Hold on, Tammy.
No, I'm sorry. Somebody trying to talk to me while I'm working? Go outside, nerd. Get out. Go. I ain't got time to be distracted by your worthless chime-ins. Go on. Tell this sumbitch to walk the fuck out right now, or we done for the day. Go on. I'm sorry. Somebody trying to talk to me while I'm working? Go.
Bye. Simple as that. Let's continue with this. Let's finish this up.
Because now if you're sort of into drill, which is like a subgenre of rap, basically these guys confessing to committing violent acts against other people from rival crews.
Wait, that's just for me to speak,
yes,
sorry.
there's a big thing to address with media and culture. One of the ways I think you move away from that, I love the fact that Christian rappers, I'm thinking Sho Baraka, Lecrae, Trip Lee, KB, Bizzle, on all of their albums, they will have at least one song dedicated to their wives and their children. That is a seed that should be watered.
Well, I think
Not just one song, huh?
not one song, at least one song. Well, Kiss did it too. The group Kiss, they used the ones that run on their face. He made a song for his wife, and he also made a song about his daughter. It's called Beth. It's number one of almost their number one song. This would really put the group Kiss on the map when he decided to do an ode to his daughter. But he was singing to it just a few more hours, and I'll be right here home to you. I think I'll hear you calling. But they was out, and the boys gonna be playing all night. So he said, "Fuck the kid, I ain't going home now."
Okay. Sorry, I was
Tammy?
just gonna say. I was gonna say, though, based on that type of thing, yeah, I get you about the drill aspects though as well, but you know what also made drill exist now though is the environmental aspects though that inspired it to be created in the first place though, right? If they're actually complaining about this and that, well actually, when you actually said something about art imitates life though, basically, yeah, I kinda get you on that aspect
And,
because, these guys are just talking about their lifestyle that they do, you know. And I get you on that aspect. You don't agree with the genre thing though. Even I didn't though in the aspect. But I do understand in an aspect though why they do what they do, but at the same time I don't have to agree with everything.
no, there's nothing that you have to agree with, or nothing that that might. But these guys are, again, you don't know, you don't know when. Okay, he mentioned those Christian rappers. Hey, any of y'all heard of any of them?
Uh, I don't listen to Christian rap like that, to be honest.
Uh,
I heard about that type of
right.
scene, but I don't listen to Christian rap. I've listened to Islamic hip hop, though. There are Muslim rappers I've actually listened to, and some rappers are actually Muslim themselves. I know, though, in their the music and the way they talk and stuff, they don't practice what they're saying, but some people prefer to do it privately, and sometimes, though, they'll actually reference their faith in their music. Their faith is between them and God. They're not there to show it off.
Well, again, not unless if you've listened to some Christian hip hop over as the emergencies, it's more to it sounds more to sound like just hip hop without the cursing. Listen, I can't take anything away from it. Some of it is pretty.
Yeah,
It's
I get it.
good. It's good, but it's not mainstream. Because if you take that Christian rap and go play at the local black church on Sunday morning, they're gonna look at you like you're crazy.
Yeah, I get that and I respect that. I've listened to there is like Muslim hip hop as well. You get faith based artists though. I actually do listen to that as well. So in aspect though, I get you on what you're saying. I kinda
Yeah.
agree with you on that. That's just how it is. But the names though he referenced though, to be honest with you, I've never heard of them until now.
Okay, exactly. That's my point.
Given light, because I think the way you counter those messages is by better messages. And I think there are ways, sure, you can put pressure on the A&Rs and the music executives, but a big part of it is the demand for the music. And I'm always a demand side guy because if the artists come from my community and they say they speak for and represent my community, I ask myself, okay, why is it that we have such a desire to see ourselves degraded in popular music? So that's a short response. I didn't know if anyone else has a quick.
I got something real.
Okay, one more. Let me speak about this thing. Popular music. They always, when we hear the word popular music, you automatically think there are users white folks, but that is not popular music. What's popular music is what's popular of the day. At Motown was popular music. Ragtime was popular music. Jazz was popular music. It's popular. It's what the audience, what the people like, what's popular to the audience. Now you can equate it to this or equate it to that, but in essence, every style of music could fall under the umbrella of popular music because it's what's popular at that time. Afro beats, exactly, could be popular music. It depends on whether the whole all the demographics of white folks who decides that this is on the charts, that's on the charts, that's popular music.
Exactly. Wait, sorry. I was gonna tell you though. There used to be a sound over here. It's called Afro swing. Afro swing. There used to be dark and grimy, but slowly, when it gained a bit more and more popularity, started to change a bit though to more of a commercial type. You know what they did? They talked about the girls type thing. Everybody got involved type thing. It was like having a good time type of thing. Afro swing is a combination of Afro beats, dance hall, R&B, hip hop, grime and road rap and UK trap mixed together. They blended it and you got Afro swing. So like, before like Afro beats became big as it is though, right? Like Afro beats was there and it became big, but like what made the revival of Afro beats now is actually though they took the aspects of Afro swing and incorporated it and actually made something good out of it. That what made it, be revived where I'm at the, Afro swing era lasted from 2014 all the way to 2021.
Well,
Now it's basically a nostalgia genre. The scene is phased out now.
well, it's the same thing. Styles come,
Yeah.
styles come and go, like the New Jack Swing. And actually, long before they started calling it hip hop, it was disco rap. That was the original name for hip hop, disco rap. It was the era between disco and what they know is now hip hop and all that other stuff. In between that, we had what we call R&B. So it depends on, but all of that again, it's what's popular during that time. So that is pop.
Exactly. I
Disco
agree
is
with
popular.
you. I
R&B
agree with
was
you.
popular. Yes, all these different genres of music, they all should fall under one category, popular music, because they do. It's what the population considers what's good. The
Yeah,
majority
I
of the
can agree with that. You know what they originally what grime does as well, right? Grime actually was given, but the reason they call it grime now is because the media dubbed it. Originally, the grime was something derogatory, but then the guys in the scene just took the name and ran with it. Since
yeah.
they took the name grime, though, it stuck, You know what it was? Originally, before that, they debated it. The godfather of the genre, he wanted to call it Esky Beat because, his nickname, right? Wiley's nickname was called Esky Boy, or he went by Eskimo, right? He called himself Esky Boy, and he created a sound called Esky Beat.
Mm.
That's what he wanted to call it. But then other people had different names. They debated it and then they just stuck with grime instead. That's how you got grime now.
Right, right. And let's continue with this here.
Real quick, 'cause we're short on time. There's a great book called Why White Kids Love Hip Hop. I think one of the problems is that we've racialized this, and it has nothing to do with white music versus black music. This is driven by white middle class kids who love this content. Go to any football team in any rural or suburban neighborhood anywhere in America, and they are playing this before the game. Everybody's white. They love it.
Yeah.
Right? So one of the questions is, why is it that white middle class kids love this kind of content? Right? I mean, we can say, hey, the black community is producing this stuff as well, but then why is the other communities also celebrate consuming it? Right? So it's not necessarily a sort of white black thing.
So, sir, again, do you celebrate the black community consuming Chinese food? Do you ask the white communities why they go buy Kentucky Fried Chicken? Do you
Yeah.
ask? No, you don't. Again, there's no quantitative reality to why he would ask these questions. Hey, Lana, how you doing? And there it is right there again, Angelica. You hit something on nail on the head. Of not every rapper is drill rapper. Absolutely not. He did not
Exactly.
make that distinction. Now he says pick a side. The rap speaks for the culture. No, rap doesn't speak for the culture. Culture told you. Rap told you about our culture. And white folks, to me, they find our culture so interesting. The only way, in some cases, they can only feel safe around it is to listen to it, because they're not coming to the hoods to get the first-hand experience. They want the second-hand musical experience.
Exactly.
That's why it's so
I've
popular.
I've had it both though, to be honest though, with the DJ music. I grew up around a lot of people type things that I actually had experience though first, but then also that I listened to the music too. That's what made, and also plus also I'm influenced too, so and out of it, since I'm influenced, what else I like to do is, but I like to learn the history of the genre and stuff like that. That's why I know a lot, to be honest. I just like to research type thing. But anyways, based on what you're saying, that actually makes sense.
Yep. And let's continue here.
There's something about the music industry that's monetizing this level of degradation, and that's something that we need to address as well.
Yeah. Even as we're talking about this and we're wrestling with it, at the heart of every person, we desire certain things. we are motivated for certain things. What motivates us? Why do we want this versus that? And I believe at the heart of this discussion, even around marriage, family, is that we need heart changes. We need to recognize that we're going to pursue that which we desire to seduce us or tempt us or make us feel good versus that which is good, pure, lovely, and glorifying to God, unless our heart is changed. And unless there is true renewal and revival, I don't believe that there is going to be a renaissance, if you will, or a change in the culture.
Yeah.
Stop right there, Mr. DJ Music.
Go right ahead.
A few moments ago, when I started talking before I went on my little short rant, I told you about this whole thing about the Seven Mountain Theory and dominionism, which a lot of the evangelical churches, they took from the scripture that God told, depending on which God you serve, Adam and Eve, that he told them to take dominion over the earth. So the Seven Mountain Theory came about from some evangelical think tanks that basically that said that dominionism would take over the seven mountains of the realm of the earth or America. So those seven mountains would include politics, music, religion, family, education. I want you to think, while I'm talking about this, I want you to think about all the spheres that the Trump administration has hit since he's taken office about a year ago. Religion, family, education, government, media, arts, entertainment, and business. I want you to think about how in 1975, Bill Bright and Lauren Cunningham and started talking about this theory of the Seven Mountain Mandate. And then it started coming over into the Pentecostal part of it with people like Lance Wallano and Bill Johnson. If you're familiar with Bill Johnson, you know Bill Johnson and a lot of those people created these type of movements, which were kind of like in California, where they were talking about like everybody's a priesthood. And he was saying that basically we want to establish the kingdom of God on earth. So this is what Delano Squires and these men are doing. They're trying to take over the kingdom of, make the kingdom of earth live in America. That's why they're talking about music and culture and religion and business. You heard them talk about corporate buy-ins.
Yep, sure did.
So where did we see this initially? Having every sphere of social media platforms. They had Google, Meta, that owns Facebook and IG. You had all of these different TikTok, taking over TikTok now. You're seeing them implement all of this Seven Mountain mandate all across America right now. They want to now influence the music. And so I'm gonna go ahead and let him finish because there's more to it. Go ahead.
All right.
Lydia, we have time for one more? Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Delano. Good to see you. I had the pleasure of meeting your wife and mother as I came in this morning, so I'm glad to be here. One thing as far as incentivizing, I've always hoped, and I'm saying it past tense because when the Obamas were in office, and I remember trying to write or reach the right.
Now, my first thing is, if you're going to ask a question, why would you take a shot at the Obamas? What do they have to do with this conversation?
Person for them to have an anniversary party for newlyweds in the Black community as an incentive because we know that it's been an issue.
Yeah.
And I never got back to that. But the Trump administration can do an anniversary party for newlyweds as well.
Why is it the responsibility? Now, you're talking about overreaching the government. You're talking about big government. Government going to your anniversary party? Or is that part of the whole overall thing, is that the government run all aspect of your life? But she ain't done yet.
But historically speaking, I know Vladimir Lenin died in 1924, I believe. But one of the things he said was, how can we get communism in the United States? And we can do that through the Negro. If we can set up a communist.
And hey, any of y'all Negroes ever heard of Lenin speak about us like that?
No.
You got to think about this now. During the time of Lenin, what power did black folks have? Anybody? None, zero, zilch. No political power at all. Right, look at the audience. She the only one standing around. No pepper in that salt group. Oh, wait a minute, that one. I see him back there. I see a milk dud. But let's count it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I count 13 to 1. That's 13 to 1 ratio right there. And she wanted her tell us that black people helped the United States usher in communists. Why would Lenin at this time worry about black Americans when he know that they didn't have any power at all? Well, let her talk.
In this Negro communities or country within the United States, then we can spread.
I'll ask again. In the 1900s, like she's talking about, during the time of Lenin, what Negro communities could he have reached out to? Because remember, when was Black Wall Street burnt down? When was Oscarville overflooded? When was Berkeley County and all that overflooded with all those black communities to turn the Savannah River plant into a reality? Did y'all know some parts of Berkeley County here in Charleston, South Carolina, which used to be thriving communities? She couldn't be at your table, Angelica. Couldn't be at mine either. As soon as she asked a question like that, I'd have to look at her and get up. Now, I can't sit with you, lady.
I have a question.
Sure.
So I did my little research once I finished listening to this information, and Vladimir Lenin viewed Black people and colonized people as vital allies in the global communist movement. He argued that racism and imperialist exploitation made Black workers angriest, most oppressed, vanguard, and that their liberations were fundamentally tied to the destruction of capitalism. Okay, the national question. Lenin classified the Black struggle in the U.S. was not just a class issue, but a national revolutionary struggle. He advocated for Black self-determination, meaning Black people had the right to self-govern and fight for full equality without interference. Lenin linked racial oppression with global imperialism. He recognized that Western capitalism relied on the subjugation of darker-skinned populations worldwide, tying them to the fate of African Americans to the anti-colonial movements in Africa. Under Lenin's leadership, the Communist International actively placed the Black question on the agenda during the 1920s. The party recruited radical Black intellectuals and organizations like the African Brotherhood, began merging the Black nationalism with the Communist Labor Organization. The Soviet Union later championed of African American civil rights on the global stage, using the brutality of the Jim Crow laws to expose the hypocrisy of Western democracy while building a Black proletariat's consciousness. So He's talking about the pro-blacks right now. I want you to understand that in very simple terms.
Yeah.
He's talking about the pro-black people in America. Okay, so let me say this. I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
It's so, and I told Mr. DJ Music this, and I just kind of want to, what's more radical that black people live under? White supremacy and white nationalism, or communism? I'm gonna leave that question for you to think about.
Well, I said the answer is I hate to use song, but the answer is easy if you look at it logically. I'd like to help you in your struggle to be free. There must be 50 ways to leave your oppressor.
But Delano Squires used the word racial equity, not racial equality. See, everything is in a word. The definition of the usage of somebody's word defines their direction.
And there's a big difference between equity and equality, isn't it?
It's a huge difference.
Huge difference.
If you know anything between equity and equality, you know there's a big, huge, vast difference between those two.
Right. And so the only thing that they have in common that they both start with E, correct?
That's about the only thing they have in common. That's about the only thing they have in common.
Right.
So if you think about it, you know, if you remember back a few years ago, how they were talking about the Black Lives Matters movement, and because those feminists at that time used the word Marxism, okay, they were Marxists. And if you think about who were the Marxists of our time, we had W.E. Du Bois, C.L.R. James, and all those different people. So basically, communism would move us away from white supremacy and white rule. It would be the thought process of Black people having their own communities, their own businesses, their own this and own that. Is that not what about 100% of us are always, about 99% of us are always
that's what we're always, right. That's what we're always talking about. So by her bringing up this, correct me if I'm wrong, it didn't do her any justice to break this up when someone could fact check her. This wasn't a good example for her, was it?
Well, see, but the fear of Black people is that they're going to create a system that will destroy white supremacy and white nationalism or white rule over how white government determines how we should live our lives. It's almost like slavery. They still believe they own us. They own our culture. They own our thoughts. They own the women. They own how we're going to act, react. They do all of this stuff. That's what I'm talking about. These men are dangerous. It's a social engineering. Now, that's why I think it was a few months ago when, what's her name? Miss Pure Butterfly was over here. I had asked her, had she ever heard of Delano Squires, hoping to trigger women to start reading on them. Behind the scenes, can I tell you, about a year ago, all the different women in the Black spaces started getting notifications from me, emails and stuff about Delano Squires. Okay. So I knew he was a danger, because what he has done is, I wouldn't be surprised, because he's wrote this book and now he's probably going to start making his rounds to some of the manosphere spaces. He's going to probably talk to Dennis Sperling and all of these different people.
Sure. Okay.
So, and this fear that they want to have is, y'all gonna have to get this under control. We need to find a way to get one of the articles that Delano Squires just recently wrote, and which is why I want you all to start following his information, because he has a big mouth. And if you're a thinker, you're going to start figuring out, okay, this guy, this is where the government is moving. They're doing things right in our face. But the issue is people not taking recognition of what they're trying to do to us. Okay. So they're doing this thing where now they're looking for conservative Democrats who are pro-marriage, because they are feeling like, because those conservative Democrats are closer to that Republican edge, they can push them to start voting for the Republican Party. I want you to understand what's going on here. So those conservative Democrats of Black men would probably look something like maybe some of your fathers, your uncles, my dad, all of these people who were probably come from a generation where things were a little more conservative. Okay. So this man is basically trying to use media, music. I want you to think about it. Politics, religion. And I told Mr. DJ Music, there's nothing new under the sun. So back in, I believe it was 2002, the Bush administration decided that the federal government needed to get in the business of promoting heterosexual marriage and proposed a new federal program, the Healthy Marriage Initiative. They used $500 million for it over 5 years. And although this article was written, I want you to listen to this. This article was written in 2010. Okay. Although the conservative libertarians opposed the program, other conservative think tanks, including the Heritage Foundation, lobbied for it in 2002. That's how far this thing goes back of what they've been trying to implement. So I'm going to let her finish this part.
But as you can see, folks, it's been around for quite some time. And again, I'm glad that we have folks like they come over and drop in person and drop new information. You're never too old to learn, folks. That's just bottom line to it. Some of the stuff that you said here today, I was privy to it. Well, I wasn't privy to it, but I've heard about it. But it makes you stop and think, why is this woman bringing this up? Let's let her talk some more.
This ideology, and I do believe that what we see in a lot of the urban centers is a model of what the entire country will look like because of that ideology. And I think it's a hidden hand and a long time hidden agenda that we're seeing play out, and that's just my opinion. So thank you.
So let me I'll say this. One of the things that I talk about in the book, somewhat tongue-in-cheek, is the need for a Black Wives Matter movement to sort of begin seeding that culture, a marriage and family culture in the African-American community. And I do that, and in reference, obviously it's a play on words, but one of the first things that struck me about the Black Lives Matter movement, when I first saw them come on the scene, this might have been 2014, is of their 13 guiding principles, one of them is called Black Villages. And I'm used to people saying, it takes a village to raise a child. I grew up in New York. Yes, my parents have been married 45 years in August, but I had aunts and uncles and cousins and church family that all took a hand in raising me. So when I saw Black Villages, I said, okay, I'm sure they'll be promoting that. And that specific principle started with the words, we commit to disrupting the Western prescribed nuclear family structure. And in 2014, I didn't understand what that meant because I wasn't sort of well-versed in philosophy. I was a computer engineering major. I didn't read books on this sort of thing. But when I heard two of the co-founders of BLM say that they are trained Marxists, then it started to make sense, because obviously with Marx, one of the things that he wanted to do was abolish the family. You abolish the family.
Was that true? Did anyone know whether the Marxist regime wanted to abolish the family? I don't know. I don't dwell into the Marxist way of thinking, but I don't know. I don't think any government opposes family. I could be wrong about that, but I think I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't heard that either. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't think the Marxists was trying to abolish the family life. And you may not agree with them with some of the political standards. They did?
They absolutely did. So Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels did explicitly call for the abolition of the family in the Communist Manifesto. So basically, they did not mean that they didn't want people loving each other or living together, but they wanted to dismantle the family as the economic unit driven by capitalism, property being private property of the government, and exploitation of the family.
So there's context to everything, correct, President?
Absolutely. And see, what these people want to, I literally don't even want to call these things sitting on stage men, because they're not. They're tools. They're tools. Okay. So basically, the family, the Western prescribed family, is the consolidation of wealth, pushing men and women together, a legal structure so that wealth could be passed down from heritage to from person to person. Okay. They exploit women. So basically, women are okay. So are we not hearing everything going on social media? This whole thing about the household where women are the producers. They cook, clean, take care of their man, and that's what they do. The man takes care of the family. So what he meant by abolishing that is that marriage would no longer be a financial contract or necessity for survival for women. Have we not been talking about this for years?
Okay. Well, now that you explain it the way that it is, you're absolutely right.
Got it.
So that's why they are coming against Black Lives Matter. Now, do I think everything Black Lives Matter did was good? No.
No.
But however, that statement alone is the conversation that has been happening in these gender wars, and why this type of think tank is trying to take it over and remove your content so that you can't say that any longer. So why do I say that? Because Trump had a dinner where Google and all of these different social media giants were sitting at his table having conversations. And if you've noticed the rhetoric on YouTube and all these different places against Black people, namely Black women, are the major targets of all content on YouTube right now. You're a mammy, you're a pick-me. Their wigs, their weaves, their weight. They're not feminine, they're not submissive, they're not this. They're dark skinned, they're light skinned. The better woman is the white woman, the better woman is the Asian woman, the better woman is the Latino woman. She's dismissive, she's hateful, she's cruel. They need to be destroyed. I can show you so many things that I've clipped and snipped from every one of these areas. For the degradation, the discrimination, and the hatred of Black women.
It's there, and that's why when I first started coming on Prism, and I think of all the people that's been around me, you'd have been around me the longest. And this was one of the first things when we was doing our little back chat, talk me, you, and the family back there. One of the things I used to say, I got to jump into this fire. And what did you tell me? Be careful about it, because a lot of people going to come after you, because you're not going to be on the side most of the time. You're going to be against those guys. And I remember the very first time that I did a stream when them 7 loose niggas came at me. You remember that?
I remember.
All because of what? I said if I saw a young Black woman getting beat up somewhere, that I would step in.
So let me say this, because when I first initially came into YouTube, it was my major concern was Black women. Okay. I've had numerous trials with manosphere people, people who act like there are Black woman supporters, and they call themselves trolls. People that think that this is a doxing thing because they think that you can sit around and threaten other Black women online, threaten to rape them behind the scenes. Black women who are pro-Black man but not Black woman, that is only basically used to garner wealth out of Black men who that basically are hateful toward Black women. So if you go, and I need everyone to take their time and go to the Heritage Foundation and begin to read, look at YouTube, type in Delano Squires comments, type in his name, go listen to some of the stuff he says, and you'll really understand that this man is not for Black culture at all. He's not for Black people at all. So go ahead.
No, he absolutely isn't. To me, he's just trying to rebrand the 60-year-old. He's trying to have a birthday party for the 60-year-old Monahan report.
Right. So basically what he wants to do is he's going to rewrite the Monahan report in a way that it's going to form the mindset of men toward women. He's trying to, what he said is, change the opinion of Black men toward Black women. And the way that most social engineering begins is it begins with women. He said something about the church. We know that Black women are the biggest supporters of the Black church. We know that if the church's doors are going to be open, they're going to be there crying at the altar. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
We know this. My daddy laid hands on a lot of women crying at the altar because they were being abused and hurt and wounded. Okay? I'll go ahead and put it out there. When I said I sat on the front row every Sunday, that's what I meant.
Right, I had to figure it out. If you was in the church, you knew exactly. You have to spell it out.
Yes, sir. So this is why I've had a lot of people at my dinner table throughout the years as a young girl. Okay, and in my teenage years, when they talk about the Healthy Marriage Initiative, I need you to understand where this came from. When I was about maybe 9 or 10 years old, they started pushing this purity culture on us in church. Basically, the purity culture came at the same time that the Bush administration started this Healthy Marriage Initiative. It was called this purity movement, where they started pushing into us like all the time that all romantic and sexual activity before marriage was a sin. This is not what God wants for you. Go on dates with other family members or go on dates with other teenagers, all in groups. Go and somebody chaperone. Everybody be accountable to an accountability leader. Make sure you have somebody that you're reporting to that, hey, I'm going on a date. Now, I want you to think about this. You're 20 years old, 18 years old, and you're reporting to people, I went on a date with someone. What do you think? If you didn't have a father, you would get one of the older gentlemen and his wife to kind of be the accountability. They would be the go-between between you and this man and this woman. So at that time, they wrote these type of books called True Love Waits. I believe there was a guy by the name of Josh Harris that I had the book. He was talked about the book called I Kiss Dating Goodbye. If you know anything about this whole thing, it was the preservation of your virginity.
Oh, not the chastity belt routine.
It was basically exactly that. So what they're trying to form right now is that same 2002 Healthy Marriage Initiative, and they're going to try to use NFL people in sports, people in music. Did you not hear him say, well, you know, why can't they sing about love and romance and stuff? You know, we're here. Like, this is how much they think that the rap music influences Black people. We have people like Alex Isley, Brent Fayez. Who else do we have out here singing love music? And I believe I'm trying to think of some other people because I'm always sending stuff to Mr. DJ Music. Who else is singing love music? And
it's too many of them to try and name off prison. Right.
Yes, SZA. We have Kalani. We have so many different artists that are out here talking about being in love and being together and stuff like that. But what they wanted to be, they wanted to kind of have the purity culture model on it. Like, you know, Sonny, you know, when Music wrote the song Sonny, you know, he was like, I'm not trying to pressure you. I just can't stop thinking about it. You ain't even really gotta be my girlfriend.
Right.
I'm all about respect. I like you. I want to get to know you. But hey, you know, I'm not going to pressure you. I'm not trying to get in your pants. You understand what I'm saying? But we also know that we have a culture that has been sexualized by white supremacy and white nationalism. So that type of sexuality and over-sexualization, the Sapphire, the Jezebel, do we need to talk about the Mammy? All of those three women were sexualized and over-sexualized by white supremacy and white nationalism. Are we gonna understand what we're seeing right here and what we're dealing with? So basically, how can we take over the airways and take over the churches and, you know, and make other people come on and talk about love and love and love and love and love when people are talking about love? They're just not talking about it the way our parents did.
Right.
So when the neo soul movement, which I'm like a product of that time, okay? I was born during that type of love and romance and let's get together and, you know, you my sweetie, my boo, my sugar, my thing, all that stuff. we are products of that generation of people. Okay. So you think about, and of course I was the surprise to my family. Okay. So, but, and I don't care. So a lot of the kids that are born as millennials, we are transitional or cultural interrupters. Okay.
That's a good way of putting it.
We're cultural interrupters. We're probably the biggest collective of people that came from the parents of the like what 70s, 80s, 60s, and when it comes like late 60s, my parents or whatever. But those parents are the ones who were the parents who basically, were part of the civil rights movement.
Mm-hmm.
Where they were the interrupters of that type of hatred. We are now the products of those parents and those uncles and aunties that basically lived through integration and Black women going to work and not needing this or not needing that from being married to one another. So we are the cultural interrupters. We're probably the biggest part of biracial children, marrying other races of people. We're probably more politically invested in everything that's going on. We're probably inheritors of the music from the old rap, the gangster rap, and now we have drill.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so these people, like this think tank, cannot sit here and blame the youth of today, like Meg, Sexy Red, and them, as if we did not inherit this stuff from the music industry, the television, the religion, the culture, and all this stuff. Like we didn't inherit this dysfunction.
Right, because I don't remember Prism. Maybe I don't know exactly when the trip drill started, but just taking a general idea, you wouldn't have been watching that. You wouldn't have been privy to BET late night. No, right.
BET is like TV for me, like watching like I don't know what's like all the Queen's Men and stuff like that. BET is like stuff like that now.
Right.
So,
Right. But
Yeah,
before,
I get you on that.
Right. It wasn't before, you could watch BET late at the night where you would see the actual, and I'll be honest with you, and I'm sure a lot of the brothers is going to get upset with me, but I think we, and as members of the music industry, recreated something, meaning the video vixen, the video girls and all that. And the women finally say, you know what? We don't need y'all no more. We got talent. We got our own looks. We got our own brain. And they mad because the women cut them out.
Oh, okay, you have a point though, actually. Wait, I'll tell you this though as well. It's just interesting as well. You know where I'm from. There was this guy, R.A.B. I tell you, what happened to him? He got banned from MTV UK because, he got banned for being too real. Because, he talked about that street stuff when he was doing grime, but the way he described it, he was so real. He was so real and authentic to himself that they decided instead of like, allowing him on there, they just banned him. Literally, though, he got banned from MTV, BET, and Channel U for like promoting, his real aspects of where he's from and stuff. He was too real.
Right.
He was so real. He got banned. So instead of like him getting banned from those TV platforms, he had to go sell his music out in the street.
Right. Let me answer this. I am the prize XY. It's not I guess I wouldn't call it a debate topic or anything like that, but I could drop the link if you want to come up. We're about to wrap this up here in just a few anyway.
Okay.
But if you want to come up and give your synopsis or your scenario, or if you want to drop in a comment that you maybe that we should think about later on, that's on you. I'm not. Your name is kind of not. I won't say gender specific, so I won't say ma'am or lady. But so if you would like to come up, by all means, hold on a second. Let me grab the link for you.
Yeah, but this is not a debate. This is
Yeah, right.
people of different generations coming
Right. Speak.
together, sharing information about how political think tanks and this white nationalist conservatism is affecting or will affect Black cultures and communities all around America. This is what this is
Absolutely.
about. This is not a
So,
debate. So if you want to
right.
debate, you need to go on somewhere and debate with somebody.
Right.
But
And so if you're looking for a debate, this is it. If you're looking at, if you're coming up here to point out what we give us some more insights on something we may have missed, if you're going to add something to the table, but no, this is not a debate. But if you would like to have a debate with me or anyone else on the panel, feel free to hit me up. Let me know. We can schedule something. But I'm gonna warn you now. You might want to choose me because I don't think you want to deal with prison on the debate system, and I know you don't want to deal with my soft-spoken co-host for most of the time because she's not going to talk until she's got her full information. So
yeah, Miss Char is a beautiful person, and I
right.
love one of the things that a lot of the women on YouTube that I have interacted with, and there have been not a lot. But I can tell you one thing about Miss Char. She has always been the most graceful, classy, honest, respectful, articulate, and elegant Black women that I've dealt with in this space. I'm going to say that honestly because, and I'm not saying that there's not a lot of other nice Black women in the space, but I just know that through my interactions with her, she's always remained that type of lady.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna be honest with you because, like, coming into this space initially, I was very softer, like Miss Char Willie when I came in. But after multiple attacks by Black women, Black men, trolls, and different people, I became very, and Mr. DJ Music knows, I became very hardened about how I look at Black culture now.
It's easy to, and I can understand quite why. But and it's funny that you brought that up. Person, Candy Cane Lane, are you still down in the chat room? Hit the link for me for a minute because before I close up, you brought a point to exactly why. I remember a Prism when I first ran into you. You were I won't say soft spoken, but you can tell that you didn't have the edge that you have on you now. Is that fair to say?
I had to develop the edge now, which is why I'm trying to leave YouTube because I felt like, and I only initially I never intended to hit any panels. I wanted to stay in the chat as a think tank of women to find out why things were so volatile from this space that were starting to interfere with things on the outside of this space, and rather than being able to be afforded that liberty, you have people in this space that are, can I say, hateful and mean and don't want women to have any voice at all. The conversations that we were having had nothing to do with men. It had everything to do with how we wanted to move as women. Okay? Knowing the type of content that was being pushed, there has been no increase in Black marriages since the beginning of the manosphere, since the Trump administration. There has never been anything, passport bros, there's not been any increase in marriages in America as far as Black people go. Not even in interracial marriages, other than Black women. So and I kept telling people when I was with Amiri Brown on his channel, I kept telling people that if this continues and this type of rhetoric continues, this won't be white supremacy. Now, these men are using white supremacy talking points to, as I hate to use this terminology from Big J, shame, blame, and explain for women. And basically what it's done, see, you can't sow hate and reap love and respect and honor.
Absolutely can't.
You cannot. I watch my parents. My parents have been married now for 40 plus some years, okay? And I've never been able to think that if my dad spoke to my mom or treated my mom in such a disgraceful way that I would ever have any respect for him.
Right.
I ultimately respect both of my parents. And I said to my dad one day, I said to him, I said, Daddy, is mom like submissive to you? And he looked at me kind of funny, like, like where is this coming from? And I know the Bible, he knows what I mean. And he was like, well, what does submission look like? He said, because the only people that need to be talking about submission is godly men anyway. Nobody outside the Bible who believe in that should be talking about submission. He said, so if you're asking me if your mother is respectful, honorable, and considerate of me as the husband, as I am to her as her husband, then yes. So if you're asking me, does your mother ever have differences of opinion than I do, that we don't agree on everything, then I'm going to say, yes, we don't agree on everything. But has that ever stopped your mother from being disrespectful or dishonorable in a way that I'm going to be like, we're done with this relationship? No, she hasn't. My dad he told me he has never felt any kind of way about my mom having a difference of opinion, not agreeing with him. And I said, so when you're getting ready to make a decision, who gets the final word, you or her?
We do.
He said, what?
We do.
He said, and that's exactly right. He said, my mother and he, if they had to make a decision that they didn't agree on, and he had one term and she had another term, or whatever they were going to think about, if that wasn't an agreement together, they delayed the decision until they found a way to come together and say, okay,
absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I don't know how other African Americans do in their household, and that's none of my business. But one thing I made sure about, that whoever I married, if he didn't have that same type of mindset where I could disagree with him and it wouldn't be seen as being disrespectful because I disagree, he would never even have a conversation with me. And that's what I meant. So my mom and my dad have worked together very well for years, probably years before me and my two brothers were ever even born, that they had to learn to bring in. And it wasn't because my daddy did it this way, or because they saw my mama. My daddy said, I'm not my daddy. He said, and your mama didn't marry her daddy. So you're not going to marry no man like me either. Your husband's probably going to be completely different than me. The way y'all run y'all household, I ain't got nothing to do with that.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah, that makes sense, though.
Yes.
I get you.
Our lives. I don't know how people feel like if you had a daddy, all of a sudden you become this marvelous and amazing woman. There are a whole lot of women that have daddies and they're still horrible women.
Right.
I don't know what's going on.
Right. Let me introduce Tonal. Are you there? Are you there? Tonal? Are you there? Speak up so I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm Tanya.
Tanya?
Did you hear? Yeah, Tanya.
Go right ahead.
Yes.
Speak up.
Yes.
Go right ahead. You had something you wanted to add? Go right ahead.
I guess it maybe instead of the echo.
Are you still hearing the echo, or do you have your machine on in the back? Are you listening from the stream as well? Maybe that's where the echo's coming from. I don't hear it, so you might want to mute the stream that you're listening from. Was that it? I can't hear you, Tanya. If you're not going to speak, if you're speaking, I can't hear you. Okay. Well. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to wrap this up here. And again, I really do appreciate the time and the effort that you folks spend around here. If you don't mind, all I ask you to do is like, share, and subscribe. If you leave me a nasty gram, or if you leave any one of my guests a nasty gram, chances are you may not get one from them, but I guarantee you're gonna get one from me. Okay? I can guarantee you that. So we'll start with Reyes. Any final words before we get out of here, my man?
Okay, hold on 1 second. Yeah, basically, my final thoughts is the one. This is a good stream and stuff like that. Interesting conversations. Everyone else made interesting points and learned a lot too. And yeah, I kind of get you on what you guys were saying too. So yeah, based on that, both my parents remained married since 1999. 26 years of marriage. My father got married at 19. My mom was 21. But my mom is very vocal though. She'll tell my dad, look, of course my dad is like the main lead of the house. They see each other on the same level thing though. But my mom lets my dad lead the way. What it is though is like, she'll like, give a suggestion. It's up to him to take it or leave it. They talk frequently. I hear the conversations and stuff. They communicate and stuff like that. And okay, anyways, for real, my final thoughts is this is okay. My final thoughts is though, for real, is to everyone else, please leave a like, comment, share, and connect to the host and everyone else here who's a creator. Support everybody. Everybody out. Check out the host and check out me as well. I'm doing my thing. And yeah, we're out.
Thank you very much there. And of course, Prism, I'll let you go next since you're the younger of the two folks on the panel here. So go right ahead. Your final thoughts.
So, Mr. DJ Music,
Yes, ma'am.
Riaz, Miss Char, I already gave her flowers. Everybody was in the chat. I appreciate you. Mr. DJ Music, I always appreciate that we can have these type of conversations.
Indeed.
Because it's not a gender war. It is conversation. It is every time we get together and we have these type of conversations, it's evolution.
Absolutely.
It's evolution. It's evolution of the mind and emotions of thought. And I think that that's the missing piece that's going on in these spaces, the evolution of thought, past all of the talking points. And honestly, I don't have a problem with marriage. I don't. What I do have a problem with is you trying to determine when and how I should be married and to whom I should be married to and what kind of way my household should look based on a white nationalist standpoint. So that's all I have to say.
Right.
Thank you again. I appreciate it.
Okay, much love though.
My pleasure.
Actually,
My pleasure.
I
Yeah,
feel you on
exactly.
that thing,
My
though.
pleasure.
Okay,
Indeed.
I feel
And
you
what
on that.
about you there, Shar? I know you're probably going to keep it short and to the point like you always do, but any last words from you, Shar?
I learned something today. I definitely appreciate it. I got some research to do. Did not know this direction this was taking. I thought I actually was just going to see a live stream of
Niggers.
the MNIS. That's what I thought I was about to see. And, I'm always asking questions and realize it's just bigger than what's on surface the more they talk and what Prism shared. And I definitely appreciate that information. So I'll got my research.
Absolutely, absolutely. And for me, my final thoughts of this are, folks, you're never, never too old to learn. That's why I like being around with like-minded people, and I don't mind saying that there's a whole lot of people out here in this world that you run into that are smarter than you. And if you take the time to listen to them, it doesn't matter where the information comes from. A lot of people want to shoot the messenger, or she may be too old, or he may be too young, or vice versa. One thing for sure, I can always say this, and I'll say this with impunity. Knowledge don't come to you. You got to go get it. And it's like at the grocery store. Take what you need, leave the rest there for somebody else. Absolutely is. That's just bottom line to it. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, what's tonight? Saturday?
Saturday.
Yeah. Saturday night is jazz, and Mo Damn Jazz on the station. So if you are one of them jazz aficionados, check out DJ Jeff Daniels at 8 p.m. Eastern. And right about now, it is the international recording artist John Amato doing his thing over there. So if you folks are interested in that, or you can check me out tomorrow yeah, of course, tomorrow's Father's Day. So, and Father's Day effort, I always take over the airways and just do it off the muscle. So that's what we're going to do tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, from 8 to 11 p.m. So hang on out there with me. Classic R&B jams. Until then, watch your 3, your 6, and your 9, folks. Be careful out there, all right? And in the meantime, stop taking them wood nickels. We out here.
Look, all you motherfuckers been snitching for him and shit. Well, now you standing up in here, goddamn it, talking about preach it, preacher. Fuck that nigga. Fuck that. I'm gonna shoot your ass too, motherfucker. Keep on. You gonna get shot too, nigga. You gonna get shot. God bless the fool, goddamn it. God bless the fool. Now, I'm gonna tell y'all something. I'm gonna end this goddamn thing. Look, where's that goddamn money bowl at? Who got that money bowl? We're taking that money right now before you leave this bitch. We ain't leaving out here for free, motherfucker. Yeah. Y'all know the motherfucker ain't no good. You want, look,